owns the night.
What's up? How y'all doing? Welcome in. It's good to see everybody. I'm sitting over here rocking my Rob North shit. Hell yeah. You know what it is. But what are we doing tonight? We're gonna have a debate tonight with Spiro. Dun dun dun. Now originally Spiro was gonna back out for, whatever reason. And I had a couple of people lined up that I had in mind for it, but I was gonna end up settling for Emmett, and then he was like, "No, don't do Emmett, for fuck's sake, I'll do it." So that's kind of what happened. Oh my goodness, dog! I didn't even get started yet, and you're already barking at me. I just let you out. No, you hush. You're just a whiner. He is. He is just a attention whore. I'm gonna tell you that. All right, hold on. Let's listen to one more of these songs. I'll be right back.
Truck shows brewing, the beer starts to pour.
Okay, sorry about that. I did put the dog in his kennel. He's gonna lay down and chill the fuck out instead of being a pain in my ass. Anyway. Yeah, I hope everybody's ready for a great debate, man. Spiro said he's got some tricks up his sleeve, so I'm curious to see what we're gonna get. I don't know who's supposed to go first. We don't really have an affirmative and a negative. We both kind of have our own assertions, so we shall see. And I haven't done a very good job of keeping mine quiet, so he kind of already knows what to expect from me, at least to some extent. We shall see. Marion says, "OT is the best." Well, you see, that's part of what I'm going to end up arguing, is that a whole lot of what ended up making Zelda started in Link to the Past, including most of Ocarina of Time. So. ML says, "I'm still not convinced that Spiro's not AI. He might be. It would explain a lot, wouldn't it? I mean, who else to better argue against AI than AI itself, right? That's the real humdinger for you right there. Get out in front and attack the list of donkeys before you can weaponize them. Oh, shit. Marion says, there's so many parodies about OOT and remixes. I'd be surprised if any others popped up for the Zelda franchise. Well, you never know. What, they've been making a whole bunch of spin-offs and stuff that I didn't even know about. Hyrule Warriors, right? Is like a Dynasty Warriors spin-off that's all Zelda people and Zelda characters and stuff. It's kind of cool. Then I didn't know this, but apparently a lot of the games that are in the Zelda series were on mobile platforms. But I think I already got Spiro to agree to stick to the consoles, so that's good. I mean the home consoles, not the portable ones. But that was going to be a little bit of a concern for me because I haven't played most of the portable ones. I don't know very much about them. I remember Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages. It was like a twin cartridge game. Or really it was two different games that were just boxed together. But then there was Link's Awakening, and I remember Link's Awakening DX. Then they re-released Link's Awakening again on Switch, I think. Yeah, that's what I heard, is that Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages was actually pretty good. And some of the ones on the, on the mobile platforms is what some people identify with, I'll say. I don't know if it's most. It's really, all about how you first experienced the series. Like for me, I had it on original Nintendo, and then I don't think I ever really played LTTP when I was a kid. I played it when I was an adult, though. And then I played Ocarina of Time when I was a kid. So Ocarina of Time had a special place in my heart up until I was in the Air Force, and one of my buddies used to play a lot of Super Nintendo. And I taught him how to do emulator and stuff, and like he was like addicted to it. But anyway, we shared a bathroom, okay, because that's how the dormitories work in the Air Force. When you get out of basic, you essentially have your own college dorm room where you share a bathroom with somebody. Anyway, I shared a bathroom with him, so I'd knock on his fucking door and bug him all the time, and we get fucking shit-faced and stay up all night laughing at a YouTube chip. But one of the things we did one night was fucking muscle through and beat Link to the Past. And I remember thinking, as we went through all of it, I'm like, this is so much like Ocarina of Time. It's fucking nuts. And I realized, that's because a whole lot of the tropes that define the series as a whole started with A Link to the Past. So, foreshadowing. All right. Damn it. Okay, let me just try to refresh this. Oh no, it's because it's on my damn... Y'all are supposed to tell me that I have my camera on. Okay. Now it's off. Excuse me. Alright, that should be working. I hate that I don't have like a dark mode for this. That fucking sucks. I try to force it and it don't work. You suck. All right. Oh, and I gotta fix the window size too, don't I? I'm glad we're figuring all this out now, because I would hate to do it right in the middle of the damn thing. There. Okay. You know what I can do? Is I can do this. Yeah. There we go. That's how we do that. Well, then this thing done got all screwy. Quit messing with me. I swear. Oh, I think we're good. That works for me. Okay, you stop doing that. Dun dun dun. Oh, sorry. Me. We can just stick with this. This will work. Although, I think what I want to do is make this in the middle. Yeah, like that. Marion says, you just don't want Avarice reminding you about the Blockbuster curtain joke. Yeah. Y'all don't understand. It's like 15 degrees cooler in my kitchen when I actually put up the curtain. You know. Am I supposed to be able to hear something right now? Because I don't hear nothing. Yes, 100% race car. Websites and software that don't have dark mode equals AIDS. Exactly. Okay, well I can't hear nothing. So let's do the next one. Marion says nobody really cares about the curtain, so so much as out how you react. Yeah, I know. So much is about how you react, I'm sure. That's the sound of your own tinnitus, says Race Car. At least that's what I hear. Shit. It is strange though, like when the furnace fan turns on, that curtain actually gets like drawn into the room from the negative pressure. So like if the curtain's not there, it's just sucking cold air in from the fucking kitchen. It sucks. Like I can do this one. I can do this one instead, but then it's like I put the note cam here underneath of this. I should not have done that. Underneath my avatar up there. Let me see if I can fix that. Hold on. I got an idea. I got an idea. I want to add like a shape. Can I do that? No, I don't think so. Well, that sucks. Has to be an image. Oh, well, that's fine. I'll just fix it in the image editor. I'll fix the whole overlay. For now, I guess it'll work. Hey, what's up, Fair? Good to see you, man. Tales of the Kingdom? What? What the hell is Tales of the Kingdom? I don't even know what that one is. Oh, that's Tears of the Kingdom. That's the... Yes. Okay, so the reason Google says that that's the best one is because it's the best-selling one. And it's the most recent. But at the end of the day, you know, I don't even think it's really a Zelda game. So... It's a great game, I mean, no doubt, and it has some fantastic performance in the market, but at the end of the day, it's not even a Zelda game.
Hey, what up?
What's up?
I'm just finishing setting up some things. Just give me a second here.
Alright, man.
What's up, folks?
What is going on, Spiro? I am streaming this right now, just so you guys know.
Okay. I guess I can stream it on my end, too. I can use the super cool StreamYard restream.
Oh, yeah, but see, I don't do that. Because I don't fucking pay for StreamYard, but...
Of course.
But I don't think you have to pay for StreamYard, do you? To do it?
I don't know.
No, well...
I think you
it
can
has
just
a limited
do it.
number of destinations.
If you
Like,
have a
I can do it
YouTube
right
channel.
now.
Yeah. You just have
so
to. The thing is, though, when you do that, when the stream ends, like the main stream ends, it'll end your stream too.
Yeah.
So if you want to keep streaming after, because that's what I usually do. I usually just join on my own stream and then like present it to my stream instead, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna end my stream probably before you guys end. I don't think I'm gonna stay too much longer after the main event, but I'll stick around for a while. So it works out for me. I'll just end mine on this end, and then yeah, easy peasy.
Word. All right, I'm almost done setting up. Give me 1 minute here.
Thank you both for being flexible with my time. I really do appreciate it. You guys are friggin' awesome, and I hope this turns out to be an awesome debate for you. Speak in terms of viewership and stuff. I hope it's not a tanker.
Me too. We got to keep it lively for him.
Listen, it happens, dude. I'm not actually like the one thing I've never done is like stressed about like how many viewers I have or anything like that, or the views that like pile up on my videos or anything. I never stress about that because like when you focus on that, you'll get heavily discouraged on the days that
True.
like just somebody else is just doing better. It just works out that way sometimes, and you'll get so discouraged that you don't perform the same way as you would normally. So I've just made sure to like make a point to just ignore it, right? Because
Yeah.
I have awesome chatters who come through. So
No, it's good. That's good. You're right. I guess all I'm really trying to say is I hope that you see a lot of success because I want you to be super successful, man. That's all.
well,
Same with you, EOD.
that. I appreciate
Cheers, Spiro. Well, it's already been a successful.
When like if stuff ever pops up, right? Like you guys don't ever have to hesitate to let me know. It's never a big deal if we gotta reschedule or
I appreciate it.
cancel something because life happens, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right on.
Glad I'm here,
like
though.
the good old days when we used to be able to just get up and play video games and not worry about anything ever.
Oh, the days of adolescence, indeed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
the good old days,
Yeah.
Shit.
I'll never get to have them again, but hey, it's okay.
Well, you get to do it vicariously through your children. That's how it's supposed to work, right?
That's it. That's right. When you see them enjoying that, that's how you do it. Okay, I got all that written out. Okay, perfect. All righty. All right, so because we don't really have like a positive and negative side here, because it's just like there's quite a few options. Which one of yous want to go first? And then whoever goes first will go first on the closings as well, and then the other side will get the last statement.
Yeah, I don't mind if you want to go first, Spiro. That's fine with me.
Quick, just taking 5 seconds here. So I'm going with Tears of the Kingdom. I think you're pretty much going to go with Link to the Past, but neither one is affirmative. I guess it doesn't really matter much which one of us goes first. I think I'm prepared to.
You want to do this? Look,
I flip a coin.
Flip a coin. Is that what we're
Heads
doing?
or tails?
All right, I'll go heads.
All right, I'm tails.
Let's see what we get.
Heads.
Heads it is. So you get to make the choice. What do you want?
I'll go first. Yeah, and then
go.
I'll give you the layup,
Perfect.
and you can
That'll work.
come in hot, EOD.
I was hoping you would pick that one. That's very easy for me to defend.
I know it's one of the hardest ones for me to defend. So like, but on purpose, right? Because hopefully it's entertaining.
What is the first game?
That one's just called Legend of Zelda.
It's just the one from Nintendo. Yeah.
Yeah.
So was the one on Nintendo 64? That was what was that one called?
That was the fourth one. It was, and there were two on N64. Yeah, there's Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, the first one that came out on 64. I mean,
that would be Ocarina. Yeah,
because that's the one I played a lot of, and I was like,
yeah, everybody remembers that one. Everybody remembers that
I
one.
never knew this whole time, so I thought little dude's name. It was only like a couple months ago I figured this out. I thought little dude's name was Zelda.
Yeah.
And when somebody called Zelda the princess, I was like, "That's a girl."
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's a girl. Of course, Zelda's a girl. And I was like, he looks like a boy. He sounds like a boy when he's chopping his sword and stuff. And they're like, no, not that one, you idiot. That's Link. And I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
All right.
That is an interesting quirk about the story, and that's one of the things that I want to get into quite a bit is what makes a Zelda game a Zelda game. The fact that you play Link is part of it, right? So
that's what's up.
Okay.
All right. So Spiro's gonna go first then, and then we'll get ready. So when I'll just do the opening, it'll do my little disclaimer thing. the intro with the song, and then I'll introduce the show, the prompt, you guys, and then we'll get right into the opening on Spiro's side.
Right up.
Okay.
All righty. Good luck to both of you, and thank you for both of you being here.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks for
brother.
having us, man.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific
I don't know what is going on, but this is really jank for some reason.
education and research.
Now there it goes.
The Canadian Copyright Act.
Okay. No. It was working. Fire says, "Get your kingdom in order, lady. It's getting taken over by demon kings every other century." Oh shit, man! I don't know why. It's fucking up on me here. Yeah, it's just the sound coming from Speakeazy for some reason. You can see my flames and stuff. My shit's all good. Okay, it looks like it's balancing out there, maybe.
No chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power.
Look, Jason, I wanted a wired headset on purpose. Okay, I did that on purpose. It does better for lag. These are actually studio monitors on my head right now. So I used to make music, you know. Anyway, when you're actually playing the instrument, audio lag hurts a lot. So.
Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. I designate like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light.
No, there's no loose wires.
Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies, no retreating. We clash our swords of reason.
It's a loose patad.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. And this is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, format's simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for opening statements, followed by 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. Then we open the floor for a full hour of back and forth debate before wrapping it up with a 5-minute closing statement from each side. After that, we'll spend 30 minutes answering your questions. I'm going to put a live Q&A in the chat for you guys, but PayPal, Cash Apps, and Super Chats do get priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, your questions may not get answered. So if you want to really make sure your question gets answered, send it through Super Chat. After the Q&A, once the formal debate is done, we open the doors to our community for the Chaos and Chill panel, where anyone can hop in, challenge the debaters, question things they heard, if the debaters choose to stay, because this part is optional for the debaters. All right, so today's debate prompt is which Legend of Zelda game best represents the spirit of the franchise. And then we got today's debaters. On one side, we have Spiro Floropoulos, who has a channel right here on YouTube where he talks hot topic discussions and is known for his extensive breakdowns on the information of artificial intelligence. And on the other side here, we have EOD696, who also has a channel right here on YouTube. Where he focuses on hot topic discussions as well, politics, and occasionally some gaming. So debaters, you know the rules. Spiro is we did a coin flip before the stream started, so Spiro is gonna start out with opening statements. So Spiro, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice. And thank you both for being here tonight.
All right. So first of all, thanks to EOD, my worthy opponent, for being here. I really appreciate it. A special shout out to Speak. I think we would all agree these kinds of like debate topics are not, the most eye-catching. It's not the same thing as like, should you support Trump, or something like that. It's not like that. But I think we can all agree that to some degree or another, we have a history of being nerds around here. And you've probably had a nerdy debate with somebody, and it's been about a video game or a TV show or a movie or something like this. So this is going to be not much different. As a matter of fact, EOD and I have agreed that we were going to take the gloves off, so to speak. We're going to come at each other. We are true nemesis, whatever the hell the word is, okay? And I have come prepared. I don't think you guys know how nerdy I am, but I have brought my master sword. I have it here. I've had it for a while. I don't really show this off because, well, I'm married, but still, this doesn't pull the chicks. It's hard to keep my wife around on a daily basis. So I usually don't show it. Now, before we get started, I think it's fair for me to say that my opponent, EOD, is going to use Link to the Past. Link to the Past is an easy one to take a defense of as the best game that represents the franchise. And of course he would pick that because he needs to have the easy road out since he knows he's up against me, a master debater. Now let's have a look at another reason why EOD might really in particular love the Zelda series. So Speak, I'm going to put up this picture, and when you get a second, Speak, if you are okay with it, you can show this off. So right here, you can see that there's some connection here between EOD and Link, the hero of The Legend of Zelda. It is possibly the red hair, and it probably is because just like EOD, who is a ginger, he has no soul. He doesn't exist, just like Link doesn't exist in real life. Now, at the same time, EOD would love to be in Link's shoes because he could be checking out the nice booty of Zelda here. You can see that.
This fucking guy. It's
never going to happen, EOD. No matter how good you make a defense of Link to the Past today, it's simply not going to happen. Okay, so I wanted to, I'll remove it here. There we go. So we're back. All right. So there you go. So that's probably the primary reason why EOD loves playing Legend of Zelda. Now let's dig in a little deeper. Why would EOD like Link to the Past besides the fact that it's so easy to defend? Well, there's another reason. See, because I think deep down inside, EOD hopes that once he goes to the Dark World, he would be a lot like the other men in Link to the Past who turn into monsters and flying creatures and super cool things. But unfortunately, EOD, you would just turn into one of those flowers that spews that like little poison thing, and then you just cut it down and it just goes away. You're just kind of a nuisance. So I'm sorry, EOD, but that's just kind of what would happen to you, okay? So I know you want to be like the other men, but it's just not going to happen, all right? Also, you would have to have a soul and exist, and you'd also have to have friends, and we know gingers don't have friends because they're not real. Now, let's get into my actual opening of this debate. Ladies, gentlemen, esteemed opponent, we're gathered here today not merely to debate which game is the most enjoyable, which game is the most, let's say, connective to you as an individual, but the one that is the definitive representation of an entire franchise spanning several decades. Now, EOD over here is going to say Link to the Past. It's foundational. He has a leg to stand on here. But a foundation is not a house. It's not a city. And so I'm going to be taking a different approach, and I'm going to be defending Tears of the Kingdom, the latest game that came out for Nintendo Switch. The idea is that Tears of the Kingdom is the only candidate that can possibly represent the entire franchise in a single game. It takes the entirety of the last 30 to 35 years. Almost every single Zelda game can be found inside Tears of the Kingdom in one form or another. Tears of the Kingdom does, by design, what Link to the Past did sheerly by being there first, which is no small thing, but it's still not the same thing. We have an entire set of mechanisms, storylines, characters, lore, and more that go back into history and reach into multiple Zelda games. Something that Link to the Past, unfortunately, because of its point in time, simply cannot do. Now, EOD is going to make a case that Link to the Past set things up for the future. And again, he might have a point here. But setting things up for the future is not the same thing as representing what is. And I would like to point your attention to the prompt itself. It's not which Zelda game best set up the future of the series, but which Zelda game best represents, in past terms, the franchise. And my argument here is going to essentially be what you've all been telling myself and EOD for the past few weeks, knowing that this debate has been coming up. I've actually received more comments about this debate than any other video or debate I've ever been on, to be quite honest with you. And you all have a variety of different games that you pick as the one that's most representative of the franchise. Some of you like Link to the Past. Some of you like Ocarina. Majora's Mask is a big one. Link's Awakening is a big one, etc., etc., etc. Now, here's the thing. These are games that represent the franchise for you. So I'm going to make the case that Tears of the Kingdom represents the franchise for everyone, because everyone is going to be able to find something in Tears of the Kingdom that they can connect to the game that they would choose. Hopefully that makes sense. So it's kind of like, take your favorite show and you want to pick one episode of an entire 3, 5, 10 season arc. Maybe you like Supernatural, or you like, I don't know, Smallville or Lost or whatever it is. Pick your show. And you have to pick one episode, and you have to sit somebody down in front of that episode, and that episode has to define for them what the show is. Or you take somebody who's a hardcore fan of the show, and you pick an episode that best represents at least something about the show that they like. And that really is where the crux is. For every individual person, whether you've played the game or not, your subjective experience of representation is not the same thing as what is the objective. And my case here is a plead to the prompt. I'm going to make the objective case that the term represent in the prompt means that it's the most representative to the most people, regardless of their actual peer-to-peer subjective differences of what represents the franchise. And therefore, I lay the groundwork for Tears of the Kingdom being that game. We have an entire history of lore that the game goes into, Tears of the Kingdom, that Link to the Past only briefly touches, and not even that well. We have interviews by people at Nintendo, by people who actually worked in the development of the game, who also admit that they used Tears of the Kingdom as a way to represent multiple other games in the history of the franchise and pull them in together into one. On top of that, I'm going to make a case that I'm not going to lay out just yet. We're going to do it in the back and forth. I'm going to see what EOD has to say first. I want him to make his case for a Link to the Past, and then we'll get into it. But there's other things that exist in Tears of the Kingdom that represent something in the game that we've all taken for granted that I think very, very few people have paid attention to. And hopefully I might throw a little curveball here. I call it my secret weapon that I've been holding back from EOD. So we'll see what happens here. But at the end of the day, all you have to do is remember that EOD is not real, because all you have to do is look at his hair. And that's it. I win the debate by that. I think I concede the rest of my time. Thank you. Thank you both.
All righty. Thank you for that opening statement, Spiro. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to EOD. Whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
Sorry, it echoes like a bitch when I try to do it without the headphones. I always forget that. Anyway, thank you so much for that opening, Spiro. You spent over half of it ruthlessly attacking me for being a minority, apparently. That's how we're going to fucking do this. So, just to be absolutely clear, okay, I have been invited to the barbecue, okay, and I've been given the N-word pass. So, just to let you guys know that that's who you're messing with when you try to go after my hair, okay? All right, first of all, there's that. Secondly, my opponent has, foolishly tried to claim that one of the least Zelda-like games best represents the series. I mean, what does he say? He says that you want to show somebody a television show episode that best represents the show. Well, the reality is that games aren't shows, Spiro, okay? You racist ginger hater. Games are standalone events that have a beginning, a middle, and an end, and you expect to experience that when you sit down to play one. I don't sit down to a Final Fantasy expecting to see part of what happened in Final Fantasy VII and part of what happened in Final Fantasy X. Likewise, when I sit down to play a Zelda game, I have certain expectations. So I think it's extremely important, before we move on, in order to define what it is that makes a Zelda game in the first place, right? There's these several tropes that occur through all of the series right up until we get to Breath of the Wild. One of those is the blue candle, the lantern, right? This is something that ends up being taken over by this weird magic system that just sprouts up out of nowhere and makes no sense in the lore of Zelda, right? Another thing is our, your trusty bow and arrow. There's a whole weapons system in Breath of the Wild that gets introduced that has nothing to do with Zelda. And Zelda... grabbing the bow and arrow is an achievement along a linear, legendary pathway that takes you from being a nobody who maybe lives in a village somewhere, maybe your uncle died in the dungeon, maybe you're a forest child who's missing a fairy. Depends on the game, because each of the games is a different experience. But you start as a nobody and you work your way up to becoming the hero of Hyrule, saving the entire world. In Breath of the Wild, they threw all of that away. They took away all of the progression system. They took away all of the traditional Shinto and Christian and Buddhist teachings that generally occur within the series over time. And, I'm going to make the argument, rightfully so, that the greatest example of the tropes which define what Zelda is occurred in Link to the Past. The first iteration of Zelda was too limited by technology in order to actually fulfill the vision. But as Nintendo moved on into the Super Nintendo era, they found a plethora of new possibilities and new ways to sort of express what it is that we're trying to do in the first game. So the best representation of all of those concepts fomented directly within Link to the Past and have never been beaten since, at least not on a console. As my opponent rightly pointed out, we did agree to limit this to the consoles. So I just want to make sure that that's perfectly clear, because when we get into some of the portable games, there's stuff that I haven't experienced and I don't think he's experienced. It's kind of hard to really quantify between the two of us. But looking at the consoles, In the top-down perspective, Link to the Past, definitely the best one. Also, there was a plethora of items and concepts of advancement, like I was saying, on this linear pathway to becoming a legendary hero. As you obtain more and more tools to help you achieve your goal, you feel yourself getting closer and closer to being something greater than you were when you began, right? And all of that advancement and all of that legendariness is just lost in the open world format. It's a beautiful game, don't get me wrong. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are absolutely gorgeous and fantastic tales. And they introduce all kinds of new species and new civilizations that we didn't know anything about, and they create this hierarchy and this history of Hyrule that never existed before. It's a great game, but it's not a Zelda game because it lacks all of the tropes. You had the hook shot was originally established in Link to the Past. You had the fire rod was originally established in Link to the Past, which appeared in game after game after game after the fact. You had the bug catcher net, which appeared in game after game. There's a whole bug collection system in Twilight Princess, harkening back to this. The Link to the Past establishes the 2-tier advancement where you are introduced to dungeons in a small set, like 3, maybe 4, depending on the game, and then you advance into a larger set of more advanced dungeons that continue to challenge you, continue to add tools to your arsenal, and continue to present you with puzzles to, put all of these new mechanics as they occur into practice as you go along. And all of this is washed away in an instant in Tears of the Kingdom when you get your little magic pad that can glue shit together. And that's what you do in that game. You glue shit together. You make your own weapons. You build your own vehicles and your own methods of traversing this fantastical world. And like I say, it's a beautiful game. It's great. But is it Zelda? I don't think so. In my Zelda games, I have to get bottles. I have to go talk to a witch. I have to get a mushroom. I have to make a potion. I have to collect milk, right? In my Zelda game, I ride a horse, right? In Tears of the Kingdom, there's no reason to. You can just make a hover bike and fly around everywhere you want to go. That's not Zelda. How is that Zelda? So at the end of the day, what a lot of people say is that Ocarina of Time would have been their choice, right? When you look at the key components of Ocarina of Time, like I've said, the hook shot, the advancement from the 3 gems to the 5 medallions, the change between adult Link and child Link, all of those concepts are directly attributable to Link to the Past. And so many of them are iterated over again in Majora's Mask on N64 as well. You had the Zora's flippers that let you swim in Link to the Past. Well, you can put on a Zora mask in Majora's Mask and become a Zora. But does any of this happen in Tears of the Kingdom? Nope. In fact, Zora's kingdom and Tears of the Kingdom is frozen over, as it so often is, given the trope. But the way that you have to unfreeze it is by defeating some type of divine mechanistic spirit. Where the fuck did that come from? Is that Zelda? I don't think so. So I will iterate again and again that Tears of the Kingdom is a great game. It's fantastic and it's beautifully presented. But I don't think it's a Zelda game. And if we want to look at what began, as my opponent so rightly points out, what is the foundation of the tropes that define Zelda as we look at it, in Memoria, all of those started with Link to the Past. And to this day, it remains a great playable game for people who know nothing about Zelda, know very little about Super Nintendo. You can have a good time playing Link to the Past. I promise. Give it a shot. Put it on an emulator. Get it on your phone. You won't regret it. It's a fucking trip. But to further address the racist and misogynistic allegations that have occurred against my gingerness, I'll say that Spiro is a silly Canadian, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, they don't even get proper Zelda up there, okay? Like, it's just like with bacon, right? We get real bacon, they get ham. We get real Zelda, they get, like, some imported Japanese shit that it doesn't even work right. That's why he couldn't pick Super Nintendo, because they don't have a working Super Nintendo in all of Canada. That's really what it is. Okay. I see the rest of my time.
All righty. Thank you for that opening statement, EOD. Now we're going to get over into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So we're going to hand the mic back to Spiro. And whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Well, after having spent a night with EOD's maternal progenitor, it was a wild fortnight tryst. She bequeathed to me some knowledge, whereupon she stated that EOD loves to pretend like he's Link on a daily basis. Unfortunately, for
You
both
say
her and I,
bequeathed or
he won't
bequeathed?
do the one thing that Link does do, which is shut the hell up and not talk. Moving on, there are a few things that EOD has already betrayed himself on. For example, he confused the concept of Zoro's domain and what happened to it between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The Zoro's domain was not frozen in Tears of the Kingdom. And furthermore, it was frozen in Ocarina of Time, which means it's not the only game where Zoro's domain was frozen. It is therefore canonically and historically consistent. Furthermore, you brought up the fire rod, as if to say that it existed only in Link to the Past. However, it did also exist in Zelda. It was used with a book to shoot fire. So you don't even know your own history. How can you possibly hope to even be remotely close to the Chad that is Link, aside from just keeping your mouth shut, as you should? Now, I will cede this much, though, to EOD. Everything he said about Canada was 100% right. He's totally right about that. There's just no, I think Speak can agree with me. Okay, so there you go. All right, so that's it. EOD wins that portion of the debate. However, what he's also missing is something that is consistent with far-right, flat earth conservatives these days, which is the conservative view of the entire concept that everything must stay the way it is. But what he's forgetting is the history of what is not. Link to the Past broke several tropes that existed in games before it. When you play Zelda 1 and you're in the overworld on the Nintendo version, you're traveling around the overworld in a very open world format. Link to the Past doesn't really give you that same concept. It broke that trope. One could say adapted it perhaps, but it definitely didn't do it in consistency with the previous games. Same with the use of several other weaponry or mechanics that existed previous to it. And as you move forward through each game does consistently push boundaries on what a typical Zelda game is. In fact, I would flip the argument on its head. The point of every single Zelda game was to break boundaries, was to break previous tropes. And there are certain things that must stay consistent, I can agree, in order to make a Zelda game, but they're not what my opponent is bringing out. Here's an example of something that you would agree, if it were removed from any Zelda game, would not be a Zelda game anymore. The Master Sword. If it just didn't exist in a game, you'd be like, what the hell is a Zelda game? If Zelda didn't even exist in a Zelda game, you might be scratching your head. But if a bow and arrow don't exist in the game, why? Can you give me a reason why? What's the lore behind it aside from it was in the other games before? That's it. Whereas the Master Sword has a reason to be there. Zelda has a reason to be there. Link has a reason to be there. If you remove Ganon from the game, you're also kind of wondering what the hell's going on with the game. Where's Ganon? Where's the Triforce? Things like that. There are certain elements that can be removed, which only can be removed because of exactly the reason EOD is bringing up here, which is just they were in there before. Tears of the Kingdom does a first by making certain elements, which I'm not going to have time to get into, I guess, now, but we'll get into it in back and forth. Tears of the Kingdom is one of the first games that actually brings to the forefront the lore of some of the reasons why you can't extract certain elements like the Master Sword from a Zelda game and still call it a Zelda game. But no game presents a lore for the fire rod or the bow and arrow or the boots. Again, where were the boots in Ocarina of Time that were the same as the boots in Link to the Past? They were not the same thing, etc., etc. There are certain things you can do. There's wiggle room in these games that still make it a Zelda game. And that would be where my source of contention is, as it seems he wants to stick to the definition of what is a Zelda game. But I still contend with the fact that you can have your cake and eat it too with Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom gives you essentially every core element that makes any Zelda game a Zelda game that you cannot remove from any Zelda game, and provides you the reason why you can't do it, and is therefore the most representative of all Zelda games. That's it for me.
All righty. Thank you for that rebuttal, Spiro. And with that, we're going to hand over the mic back to EOD. And whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right, yeah, no, I was not confusing what happened in Breath of the Wild versus Tears of the Kingdom. I know that it was frozen, and I know that that is canonical with what happened in Ocarina of Time. When I brought up the Fire Rod, it was an example of items being carried over from LTTP. So you gotta just prove my point there. The other thing is, you know, you said Zelda 1 had other weaponry and mechanics that LTTP didn't exactly illustrate very well. I'd love to know what those were. The reality is that everything that was either missing or changed between the two games was because of the technological limitations of the original NES, right? And LTTP was just a better overall vision of what they were trying to accomplish. You're saying that each game pushes boundaries as we advance through the series. To a certain extent, this is correct, but primarily on the technological level, as I just iterated with LTTP versus the original LOZ. Okay, and even then, from LTTP on to Ocarina of Time, the big difference was really the technology and what was being done in terms of graphics and in terms of presentation. Rather, the lore was still very much kind of set and fixed. Not only that, but the format, the gameplay loop was still very much the same as it was in the original game. In the original game, one of the flaws was that they didn't really prevent you from going somewhere you shouldn't be too early, right? Although they did tell you what level you were on. As soon as you entered the level, you knew that, you know, oops, I just walked into stage 8. Maybe I shouldn't be here. That was about the most amount of guidance that you got. In LTTP, they did a lot more to guide the player on a linear adventure, again, from that nobody to that hero of the world progression. And the items and how you obtain those items, such as the bow and arrow, was a key part of that. And as you obtain each of these items, you progress in ability and in difficulty and in skill requirement as you progress through the game. All of that is absent from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because everything is given to you on a silver platter right at the beginning of the game. Like I said, it has some fantastic storytelling elements in it. And it uses the tropic characters such as Princess Zelda in Ganondorf. However, the way that they present Ganondorf is as some kind of otherworldly demon, which is somewhat, he was like a giant pig in the original LOZ, and he was reiterated as a giant pig in LTTP. Okay, so that's actually consistent between those two games. But as he's presented in Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, he's some kind of just weird fucking god thing. Like, we don't know what he is. That's kind of weird, and that just doesn't seem like Zelda. The other thing is that well, okay, I guess I'll have to concede that the personality of Zelda does fit with the personality of Sheik in Ocarina of Time. So I'll give you that. However, the way that Ganon is presented, we have these weird mechanisms of the spirits that are some kind of big mechanical devices that need to be traversed and solved instead of dungeons. The floating islands, and the whole weapon system where, you know, you hit somebody 3 times and it breaks in your hand. This shit is not Zelda at all in any way whatsoever. And then as you branch off into all of these different civilizations and new species and new people in Breath of the Wild and in Tears of the Kingdom, you find stuff that's been invented out of thin air that it's not consistent. There are some things that are consistent. The Gorons are there, the Zoras are there, but there's been a whole lot of stuff added that was never necessary before, and I would argue isn't necessary now, in order to make what we would consider to be a good Zelda game. Again, in order to define what Zelda is, you have to look at what Zelda has been, and that's why the foundation matters, as we know, when you build any kind of house. So if you build a shaky foundation, if you betray that foundation and overextend beyond what it can support, the thing falls apart. And that's, I think, what we're seeing happen with Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Now, does it expose people to the IP? Absolutely. It's a very well-selling game, and it's very well presented, but it is not a good representation of what makes Zelda Zelda. I mean, that's ultimately it. So I'll cede my time after that.
All righty. Thank you for that rebuttal. With that, we're gonna get over into the hour of open floor back and forth.
Oh wait, hold on. Just to add to the end of my rebuttal, Spiro's mom is so fat that when she backs up, she beeps. Right? Okay, so there you go. We'll put that in.
All right. But just quick reminder for everyone in the chat. The Q&A is there. The live Q&A is there in the chat. So at the end, we're going to be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So if you want to get your questions in, you can put it into the live Q&A. But Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash Apps will get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we won't get to the questions in the Q&A there. So if you really want to make sure your question gets answered, send it in the Super Chat. Also, at midnight, we have another debate coming after this, so make sure you guys stay tuned. And we have debates all through December already booked up. So make sure, if you're not yet, hit the sub, hit the like on the stream, go to both the streamer streams and or the debaters streams and like theirs as well. Okay, and then make sure you send them some money too for coming and giving you guys some entertainment. All right. And with that, we're going to open up the floor. Whoever wants to start the open floor, I will start the timer with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here tonight.
Oh, yeah, thanks for having us.
EOD. Let's try and go through these things one thing at a time. We'll go back and forth here, obviously. So you bring up Ganon and the pig.
Mm-hmm.
Have you played Ocarina of Time?
Yeah. He's a man.
Okay. Yeah.
The desert. Gerudo Valley.
Specifically.
The one desert there is. That's the desert. Yes.
Well, I want to make sure that you're actually a true Zelda fan, or you're not just like,
oh, for fuck's sake,
desert biome. So it's like, it's not like.
Well, I have demonstrated my dedication to the series on my own stream. Feel free to check it out. It's EOD696 at youtube.com.
Okay.
I've been doing a lot of playthroughs all month, so.
So you'd have to then agree that there's a lore that Ocarina of Time presented as to the history of like where Ganon comes from. He comes from the desert. He's a male Gerudo, and there's the lore is that it's very rare for a male Gerudo to appear. I believe it only happens every X number of years. I can't remember how many it is. But that's the lore behind it. So to see Ganon in that form is actually very much in line with the lore. So where is this coming from? That Ganon?
See Ganon in what form? Right, because he's like this big web, fucking otherworldly spirit thing. That's like It's like it has no form.
And he's been Aghanim. He's been an entirely different person.
No, that's not true. Okay, he's not Aghanim, whatever, the stupid wizard at the end of LTTP. That's a different dude who was trying to raise Ganon. Okay, so nah. Now, was Ganon in spirit form? Was Ganon in spirit form? Yes. However, when he was, manifest in the world, he was one of two things. He was this boar-like creature, which he turned into in Ocarina of Time in the second phase of the boss battle, if you don't recall.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Or he was the evil man. So in Breath of the Wild, he's like some like tree root system or some shit that's like taking over everything. It's fucking weird.
So you draw the line. You're okay with him being pig-like, but you draw the line at him being anything else. Like, say, I can't remember the name of the character in Twilight, where he was basically that guy.
No, in Twilight Princess, he was Ganondorf, the man that we saw in Ocarina of Time. Actually, he was the same dude. Now the guy you're thinking of, the Dark King in Twilight Princess. You see, I'm way better at this anyway. Zant. Zant was a different dude, and again, Zant played the role out of LTTP of whatever his name is, the wizard. I forget. Aghanim. Yeah.
Aghanim, whatever. Yeah.
I fucking forget.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I just want to be clear then that your kind of contention here is that Ganon cannot be anything but Ganon the man and a pig. That's your contention.
Some sort of boar-like creature, yes.
Okay. So here's why I fundamentally disagree with that. The entire lore, which I'm sure you're going to bring up, you've already brought up some of the history, the story behind it, etc. the entire lore of The Legend of Zelda, in terms of the franchise itself, speaks to highlights and overtones as the primary mechanism upon which to tell that lore. So, for example, do you know that the Triforce is not in every Zelda game?
Well, which ones are you talking about?
So, well, I'm asking if you know that it's not in every Zelda game.
I think that there are some of the portable ones that maybe it's not in there. And then there's some spin-off ones that don't even center around Link or the primary story.
Right. How about Majora's Mask?
Oh, well, yeah, there's that one too. So that's
How
a spin-off. What are you talking about? There is a Triforce in Ocarina of Time.
Where?
What? Okay, so there are 3 people who possess the Triforce in Ocarina of Time: Princess Zelda, Ganon, and Link.
And where is that Triforce? Yes, true. So far, so good. Where
in their wrists?
It's in them, right?
Yeah,
it's part of them. And what does what does the Triforce represent? What are the 3 symbolisms of the Triforce? The words that are associated with the 3 parts of the Triforce.
Din, Pharaoh, and what's the other one? I forget.
I believe you're talking about the goddesses who created the Triforce or who created the world. I'm talking about the actual words that are associated, like the characteristics of each portion of the Triforce.
Oh, courage, power, and wisdom?
Correct.
Yeah.
And Ocarina of Time set the groundwork for something that was typically a very core component of what would be the Legend of Zelda franchise, which is the Triforce. In Link to the Past, you literally go get it. It's a thing that you go get.
That's true.
My point is,
likewise, that's true in the original Zelda as well, which means Link to the Past is a good representation of the original lore.
That's sure, yes. But there's a tone that's being set here, which is that the Triforce is not always a thing. The Triforce has a deeper symbolism, much like you already mentioned in, I believe it was your opening, where you brought up the Shinto Christian background. There is symbolism that overpowers a lot of the specificities.
And that symbolism appeared in the original game and appeared in LTTP. It appeared in Ocarina of Time. It did not appear in Breath of the Wild or the Tears of the Kingdom. It was mysteriously absent. The symbolism of Christianity, for instance.
There's a church. Literally, when you start off in your opening stuff, when you talk to the king in Breath of the Wild, you're in a church.
It's abandoned or some shit, isn't it?
So?
Well, that's not a church. That's the ruins of a church.
Not a church? Oh, so any abandoned church is not a church. So any existing church today that people, that's out there that nobody goes into, it's no longer.
Well, it's more than just a church in Ocarina of Time and in LTTP and in the original game. In the original game, his shield literally has a cross on it. In LTTP, there's a book which sort of represents. It looks like a Bible. I think you got another one of those in the original game as well. In Ocarina of Time, there was a shield. The mirror shield had like a Muslim thing on it. The point is that Zelda as a cultural bridge between the West and Japan often looked at Western religion as, with a fond eye. But as later instances of it developed, they tried to work that out of the series. And I think it is most absent from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, thanks to, woke bullshit and Nintendo trying to kowtow to activist motherfuckers. But
okay. Would you state that one of the core tenets of the Christian backing is self-sacrifice, or the sacrifice of oneself towards a higher goal?
Absolutely.
Would you say that a cross represents that more, or a person actually doing a sacrifice represents that more?
I think that both are representative of that aspect of our faith.
Which one's more representative?
Well, I feel like people making sacrifices goes unnoticed a lot more than the symbolism of Christianity.
But which one actually represents the act of self-sacrifice more? Is it me doing this, or is it me actually sacrificing my life for you?
Well, if you're trying to perform an exorcism, like that might actually accomplish something.
Well,
right?
I can't for you. You have to have a skull for that.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, look, I recognize that Okay, so that's great that you bring that up, because I feel like that's another the linear legendary story aspect is something that I've been criticizing about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The open world kind of does away with a lot of that. So the sacrifice and the development that represents, you know, coming to Christ and being a better person, I think is better represented in previous iterations that were more adherent to that format, right? Does that make sense? So it was more obvious that Link was growing and becoming more capable as you went through the game, because the way the progression system was all very much hinging on these specific items and these specific dungeons that you have to go to in a somewhat specific order. But
Sure. Okay, but we're not talking about the progression. We're talking about the symbolism here, because you brought up the notion of there were actual crosses on the previous games, which
Right.
tied far closer to Christianity. And that's what I'm trying to bring attention to, is that the symbolism hasn't gone away. The symbolism,
Yes.
the ultimate form of those symbols, the self-sacrificing, all of that, I can point to many instances in both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom where that self-sacrificing spirit is actually core to the principle of the game.
Great. Then give us one example. You keep saying that I have all these examples, but then you never actually provide any. So let's hear one.
Yeah. Princess Zelda literally killed herself.
No, she didn't.
The kingdom.
That's bullshit.
Yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
Yep.
She did not. She teleported or something.
Nope.
Okay. Well, the game's not about Zelda. So that you know, you missed one right there. It's supposed to be Link making the sacrifices and growing as a human being, right? Because that's a protagonist. That's who you are.
When has Link made the sacrifice, the ultimate sacrifice of death?
Like every time I run out of fucking hearts.
Any of the games, if we could tally it up, I mean, how many actually be? Yeah.
I would say that Link sacrificed his life. He sacrificed his childhood in Ocarina of Time, right? So there's that. But in Link to the Past, he sacrificed his uncle and his would-be life. He's put everything on hold in order to become this grand adventurer. It just landed in his lap. And so I think this element is actually prevalent in every single entry in the series.
You know, you're right. When we're talking about the core tenets of self-sacrifice in Christianity, right, Jesus also put his childhood on hold, and he definitely sacrificed his uncle too, making him the perfect paradigm of self-sacrifice. However, unfortunately for you, that's not the case. What is the case is that Zelda sacrificed herself many times.
The game's not about Zelda. Is a complete red herring.
What I'm pointing to, we're focused on a symbolism. We narrowed down to one kind of symbolic thing. You brought up Christianity, and that's what I'm narrowing on, right? There's a
okay,
sense of
great.
self-sacrifice.
So if you want to look for that in the other games, it's all over them. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Therefore, Tears of the Kingdom is not a betrayal of in terms of that one thing.
That one thing, but you haven't done anything to address any of the criticisms that I've brought up so far. The shitty weapon system. Okay.
Demolished you on this one. Let's move on to the next one.
You haven't demolished me. You haven't demolished anything. Okay, all you've done.
Okay, all right.
All you've done is say that because Zelda sacrificed herself, that's Christ-like. And it's like, okay, that one thing, sure, maybe, but the symbolism isn't there, and the overarching, no, hold on, let me finish my fucking thought. Hold on, okay. So the symbolism isn't there, and the other thing is that the spirituality of it is all extremely, how do we say this? Is pagan, right? It's about like these gods that float in the sky and are big giant mechanisms that you have to go in and solve like a big puzzle or something. It has nothing to do with Christianity. It completely, turns away from that in that way.
That was pagan, right?
Yeah.
Like you
like not Christian.
Okay, so what's the difference between killing a demon in a game versus going up to the sky and killing some bosses or going to a temple on the ground? Like, why does the destination or the location of these things matter? What makes it? Because
we're not talking about a one true God looking over a world down below where people are expected to be, moral and try to be Christ-like. We're talking about this world that's governed by forces unknown that represent aspects of God's power rather than God himself. So it's not compatible with our Christian worldview.
Sure, but the canonical like actual history of Zelda is that the world was created by several gods. There's nothing more pagan than that.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. But even in these earlier iterations of the story, we still found more commonality in terms of the way the story was presented and the iconography that we see. So that's why I made the point.
So I can give you some common ground here, because I would agree that in terms of visualizing what the actual symbolism of certain things. So for example, you could throw this at me and say this about the Triforce, right? If I'm going to make a case about the Triforce having a symbolic kind of representation of certain, I guess, ideas, then, the Triforce, in terms of iconography, as you point out, yeah, in the first few games, there's definitely a far more lean into those icons. But my argument is not the iconography. My argument is the representation of the franchise as a whole, because as the prompt says, it's the entirety of the franchise. And if you're going to make the case,
well, you've already pointed out. You've already pointed out that there's only one instance where you can find of self-sacrifice that's sufficient for you, and that's Tears of the Kingdom, right, where Zelda sacrifices herself.
Well, because it's the one that's most consistent, and it's the ultimate sacrifice of oneself through your own actions.
So why is that a unique element within the story there, right? You see what I'm saying?
Correct. That's my point. It's not a unique element. It's pointing to the consistency of Tears of the Kingdom not betraying the canonical history or the symbolism that's been representative of the entire franchise.
Well, what I mean is if it was, then we would see self-sacrifice more often in the series than we do. I can think of some instances of it happening in other ways, but Link's uncle being one, he sacrificed himself. Okay.
Sure.
But beyond that, there's not a lot of that actually happening. And again, I point to this as a bridge between Western and Japanese culture. Zelda's not necessarily a Christian story, right? Like that was never really my claim. But the fact that we had some commonality in the way it's presented in the iconography, again, was more prevalent in these earlier games. Now you can say that, okay, Zelda making that sacrifice in Tears of the Kingdom was more Christ-like and perhaps a better thing for a Christian character to do. But again, is that Zelda? I mean, so I guess we're talking past each other, because you're talking about what is more Christ-like, and I'm talking about what brings Christians to the franchise, I guess.
Why can't it be both? That's my argument. Is that if you're going
because there's not a Bible in the Tears of the Kingdom, a book with a cross on it. There's not a shield with a cross on it. There's not you said there was a church, but the church is abandoned. Instead, it should be, an upstanding church, as it is in LTTP, one that has a congregation in it later in the game, right? So,
okay, so again, you're focused on the iconography, and I'm focused on the symbolism that is being, the story, the lore that is being presented, the core components throughout the franchise. And what other game has a stand-up church? Aside from Link to the Past.
Well, it could be argued that the Temple of Time in Ocarina of Time is very church-like, especially standing on the outside of it. It looks like a cathedral.
Sure, but then so is the one in Breath of the Wild. That argument works for me as well.
Well, then that only applies to Ocarina of Time, insofar as it reaches back to the roots of the series, right? So you're falling a little short there.
I mean, perhaps a little, I can give you that. But the point is that the iconography is not the only thing that you look at to see what makes a Zelda game. Exactly to your point. Like, you can have your cake and eat it too. The church doesn't have to exist in order for you to get Christian themes out of Zelda. You don't have to have a bow and arrow to get the mechanisms, the enjoyment of beating a puzzle, whether it's underground, above ground, in the sky.
No, you don't. But the fact that you're presented with a puzzle that you can't beat until you have a bow and arrow, again, adds to the sense of accomplishment and the sense of advancement throughout the story, which again has been a staple since the beginning. For certain levels in the original Zelda, you had to have certain items, such as a bow and arrow, such as the candle or whatever, in order to actually proceed through the dungeon itself, and that continues throughout much of the series. again, until you come to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where it's all about, having the stupid glue stuff and enough tools to actually build a mechanism to solve the puzzle, which is sometimes kind of sillily obtuse. Like, what's one of the Breath of the Wild criticisms that I've heard a lot is that the dungeons suck. But
Well, and I can actually agree that in Breath of the Wild the dungeons suck. I would say in Tears of the Kingdom they're much better, but there's a reason for that. But in order for me to kind of make that argument,
but isn't there only 4 of them in Tears of the Kingdom? Did I read that right?
Well, so there's the sages, and then there's the boss battles. So in Tears of the Kingdom, it's a little bit of a mixed bag, and then you have the shrines, which is there's like 150 or something.
Those don't count. Those are like mini games. But
so to me, they count, but in a different way. But that we'll save that. So, would you agree? Let's maybe kind of go back just a little bit. Let's put aside the symbolism, the Christian stuff just for a moment. Would you agree that for the most part, the Zelda games, maybe not every single one, but I would say a majority of them, when they come out, they push the boundaries of what makes a game a game. So as an example, I can point to Link to the Past, and I can say that if you looked at games before Link to the Past that were like top-down 2D kind of, adventure RPG-like games, they never really quite matched up to Link to the Past. Link to the Past sets the tone. And then moving forward, you have top-down 2D games that kind of mimic a lot of what came out of Link to the Past. Same with Ocarina of Time, I would say. I kind of set the road, which goes to your argument, of like 3D games, right? It really pushed the boundaries of the hardware, etc. So there's a history, I think, of games, Zelda games, historically doing that.
What I'll say to try to expound on this a little bit is to say that it's not the lore that's changing from each of these games to make these advancements. I know, it's specifically technology and the way that gameplay is sort of affected. So yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So if all other things for a moment being equal, then it would also make sense that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, which now I'm going to bring it forward to the argument that you're making here, which is the gluing of the things together, building stuff, the tablet, certain elements, etc. There is something to be said about the fact that previous Zelda games have historically introduced mechanics that were made available by the nature of the hardware and software that was capable at the time that didn't exist in previous games. Ocarina of Time being 3D being one.
Right. Well, okay, but they didn't abandon the format and the formula of that. Get an item, advance through the story, advance in capability, this growth element along a linear timeline, a linear pathway that goes from being a nobody to becoming the hero of the world, right? Instead, in Tears of the Kingdom, I think it's much more wide open, and so much is presented to you at your fingertips right from the start that sense of advancement is sort of washed, if you know what I mean, or pales in comparison, we'll say. Okay. It's not as important of an aspect in that game as it had been in previous iterations. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so we would have to put the technological thing aside, and maybe we can even agree that the games definitely pushed forward the technological capabilities. And
sure, I'll concede that it's definitely an advancement in technology for sure.
Okay. So I would argue that once again, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are consistent with that, which goes to the technical aspect of the things you're bringing up. But let me address your criticism here of the actual concept of you are nobody and you end up being the hero. The idea of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is that they throw you in there with nothing. And in fact, I would argue that, again, you should flip the script on its head. Instead of giving you a linear path to becoming someone, they don't tell you which path you should take.
Exactly.
In fact, there is no one path you ought to take.
Exactly. That's the problem.
Okay.
So that makes it not a Zelda game. When we look at Zelda historically, that has always been the case in just about every single game. Now, can you approach things from a certain perspective? Can I go to Jabu Jabu before I go to, Mount Doom? I mean, technically, yes. But there's a very limited sort of way in order to accomplish that. For instance, the tiering of the dungeons that I was talking about in LTTP, which set that precedent for Link to the Past and for, following iterations even past that one. So what was I going to say? You get 3 dungeons in the beginning, then you have to collect these medallions, and then you go to the Dark World, and there's like 7, and you need all 7 in order to open the final area in order to get up to the boss. So there's a clear tiered progression system that sort of blocks your progress along the way. But as you go through each one of these dungeons, you get more stuff, get more capabilities. It clearly leading up to the final climax of the final battle with the final boss. Right?
Okay. So there's 2 things that then I would argue back with. One is that those elements are still there in terms of linearity. It's just that the linearity is not what you think it is. The linearity is the point from you being nothing to you being a hero.
That's just a matter of gathering materials, right? I mean, that's all that is.
Right. So if you remove
that's not Zelda.
If you remove the idea of gathering materials, could Link still be a hero?
What, within the Switch games?
Any game.
I don't know what you're asking. What do you mean?
So if you like eliminated the idea of like the fire rod, it was gone. Could Link still be a hero?
Well, I suppose. What are you getting at?
What if you did it? What if you did it for the bow and arrow, etc.? And you can continue this line of questioning, right?
Okay, so no, I think at some point, okay, once you take away all of these things that have made the series what it is, right? It's no longer a Zelda game. So
okay.
Now, can we mix and match? Can we take some things out? Can we move some things in? Not all the Zelda games have done all of the same items. However, there have been staples of the series which have remained consistent since LTTP, which again is why I think LTTP is most representative of the series, such as the hookshot, such as the lantern, such as the bug net, so on and so forth. I went through a lot of these examples already, but there is a plethora of items in the progression, the item progression there that have remained part of the series since LTTP.
Yes. Now
those are what I would consider to be core items that need to be there in order for it to be a real Zelda game, right? And again, they'd have to be used in a way to progress through that linear.
Right. They have to be a component. Yes. Okay.
To the progression. Right.
Right. For the progression. Yeah. I understand what you're saying, but here's the problem. First of all, the games don't agree with you. You already conceded that these are things that you could remove some portions of them, or that have actually been canonically changed.
Well, because my argument is not absolute doesn't mean that the games don't agree with me. Yes, in fact, the games do agree. Because, as I've said, several of these items have been in the series since LTTP. Right?
So if I went back in time, like I said, and I removed any number of these items, at what point does Link no longer have the capability to become a hero? Can you set that definition for me? Because I can, but I don't think you can.
I'm really unsure how you're defining hero. Can Link be Link? Should be the question. And at some point, no, there's a threshold where Link is no longer Link because he lacks the elements that make him Link. Does that make sense? Right.
It does. What are those?
Okay, so again, the hookshot, the boots, let's see, different tunics that he can wear. The fact that he's going after the 3 pendants and then the 7 crystals, that there's a tiered system there. That's part of the progression that he always goes through. The lamp, right? Even the Bombo's fucking medallion, you could say, from Link to the Past is represented by the bomb bracelet and Ocarina of Time. So it's those types of concepts, right?
Okay. So, but here's everything that you're bringing up. Instead of you're looking at it as they were key components to what made Link Link in any given game.
Yeah.
My argument is that they were key components to the environment in which Link found himself in. And the reason why Link became a hero is because he adapted to those environments.
Okay, so that's where
gave him those things.
That's part of where,
except for one thing.
The games don't agree with you. What's that?
The Master Sword.
The Master
Take
Sword.
the Master Sword away, you no longer have Link.
No, it has to be more than that. Anyone can wield a sword, right? I would say that is probably one of the most important things. However, I wouldn't say
wield the Master Sword.
I would say that was one of the most important things, but I wouldn't say that that's the one thing that defines who Link is. Link is the Batman of the feudal fantasy world. Okay, and he has this belt and this inventory full of contraptions that allow him to interact with, sure, the environment in different ways, and a lot of times, but without that utility belt, if he just has a sword, he's not Link. He's not whole. Right?
It's not the utility belt that matters.
Yes, it is.
You can have the utility belt, but the utility belt changes based upon the environment which Link finds himself in. So he adapts to the utility belt. But one thing that is consistent that makes Link Link is his ability, his unique ability to wield the Master Sword. That is the most consistent thing that I would say you could make an argument for that must exist to make Link Link. All these other things, they don't have to exist in and of themselves. Something has to exist to allow Link to be able to execute his mission, but they don't have to be every single time. It's got to be a hook shot, it's got to be a bow, etc.
It does have. Okay, there are certain aspects of these elements, and these elements themselves are imperative in my opinion, but there are aspects of these elements that do not change, even if the name of it changes or the style of it changes a little bit. Okay, the hook shot has been the hook shot since LTTP, right? The magic hammer has been the magic hammer since LTTP. There's these gauntlets that you get in Ocarina of Time that it's clearly claim out of LTTP, which allow you to pick up really heavy stuff. But okay, so if the Master Sword is the single thing that defines Link as Link, then why is it that I can build a weapon that is much more powerful than the Master Sword in what is it, Tears of the Kingdom, way before I'm even supposed to be able to get the Master Sword, before the Master Sword's even been rebuilt or whatever, right?
Because there is literally no weapon that can defeat Ganon at the end.
Yeah,
you can't escape that.
Well, that's a MacGuffin.
Therefore, it is. That
means, I said that's a MacGuffin. That means that your whole definition of Link depends upon a MacGuffin that inexorably ties him to his mortal enemy Ganon, right?
Yes, that's the story. Yeah, that's the whole point. These three are tied together forever. Anytime that Ganon shows up, you must have the other two, and the only way to defeat Ganon is always the Master.
So would you say that it is pretty cheap and chintzy to create, let's take the case just for a moment as a digression, okay? Take the case of Super Mario Brothers 2, where they took a game that was not Super Mario Brothers, and then they reskinned it. They added a couple of key elements and said, now this is a Super Mario Brothers game, right? So it doesn't that make for a cheap imitation of what Super Mario Brothers should have been?
I could see your point there. Are you saying that Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild do that?
Yes, I'm saying that they do that to a large extent, and what you're pointing out, rightfully so, are the key story elements that they were able to include and incorporate in order to try to get away with calling it a Zelda game. But at the end of the day, there are too many elements that are foreign. There are too many elements that gameplay core mechanics that are just so completely different. It's no longer a Zelda game. Okay, so and I keep going back to this, but just the sheer number of items and weapons that you can gather up and mix and match together, even if we're not even thinking about the whole building aspect that Tears of the Kingdom introduced, that makes it a whole different world and a whole different progression system. As you said, the way you progress is by gathering stuff and making more powerful armor, weapons, and mechanisms to help you traverse the world and solve puzzles. But that core element of the linear legendary pipeline and how the items sort of hook into that progression is missing. And I think that's what makes them not Zelda games and not very representative of the series. And I don't think you've addressed that at all. You keep trying to wind us down a different road. But
well, so my point here is that I think you're wrong. I think that it is representative. It's just that you're looking at it from your perspective, which is, how do I enjoy playing Zelda games?
That's not it at all.
You're not.
What I've done is I've looked at the history of the series and I've said this is the thing that is consistent from game to game to game to game up until we get to Breath of the Wild. And
I'm questioning why it must be consistent for that to be a Zelda game when you have so many other games that break their own consistency.
They don't though. Okay, so no other game has introduced the weapon system, for instance, that exists in Breath of the Wild. Can we agree on that?
Sure.
No other game has introduced a cooking system like Breath of the Wild, where you gather ingredients and make dishes and stuff like that. I mean, we're talking about Zelda here.
One game. Yeah, I think there might have been one game that did something close, but not exactly like that. And I might be off on that one.
Not to the scale, at least, we'll say. The scale and complexity and importance with which cooking exists within Breath of the Wild.
Mechanism in and of itself is foreign.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, even the building system, because you're probably going to bring up the building system where you glue things together. I believe, Wind Waker maybe, or there was a game where you could actually build some kind of craft or something like that. I didn't play it. I had to look it up. But
there's one on
also not foreign.
There's one on DS where you build a boat. Maybe that's what you're talking about. I forget.
It might be the one.
Phantom Hourglass. But
it could be, yeah.
Even in that, okay, it's more like customizing a car than it is, constructing something out of raw materials, right? So
okay. So Zelda has never adapted a mechanism that existed before.
My point is that these ideals are so hopelessly foreign and game breaking for what defines a Zelda game. As I've already gone over that. They're great games. Okay, like don't get me wrong. I don't begrudge them selling as well as they've done or anything like that. I think they look fantastic. They're fantastic games. It's not Zelda, it's something else. And they shoehorned Link, Zelda, and Ganondorf in there and said, that's the new Zelda game. That's what I feel like.
So you think that they built the game around the mechanics?
Yeah. I mean, to some extent. And that wouldn't even be that strange for Zelda developers. I think they built a lot around the Ocarina and Ocarina of Time. I think they built a lot around, the waving of the sword in that one for Wii. But
okay. So
that core legendary gameplay was still there, though. That ladder was still there
in Ocarina of Time. Was it there in Ocarina of Time?
Absolutely, it was.
And it wasn't there in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom.
I think it was hopelessly missing because they depended on you to explore the open world, to gather raw materials, and then sort of progress that way. As you iterated, you start with nothing and you gather things and you build cooler shit as you go. That's a totally different gameplay loop than every other Zelda. So
okay. So here's my problem with this. You're constantly looking at the thing and you're missing the bigger picture. That's why I'm stepping away from like the specific things you're bringing up, because the core of these things has always existed in every game. There's a core element to the Zelda franchise, which is push boundaries and introduce new mechanisms or introduce variations on existing mechanisms, or remove mechanisms altogether, or completely remove the element of, like, say, the Triforce existing in some games. It doesn't even exist, et cetera, et cetera. That's what these games have historically, canonically done, and for a number of reasons, including different timelines, et cetera, et cetera. But what you can point to is certain elements which are always there. You always have a princess, you always have Link, you always have the Master Sword, you always have Ganon, and you always have those overarching themes of power, wisdom, and courage. And those are the core elements. And they're the things that are always.
They're core lore elements, okay?
It hasn't gone away.
It kind of did. the puzzles.
In Breath of the Wild,
I'll tell you.
Okay, in Breath of the Wild, it was kind of it was a stupid way to do puzzles, but they were still there in Tears of the Kingdom. In fact, Tears of the Kingdom, I would say, changed the way that you approach puzzles. Instead of saying, "Hey, why don't we go through a linear path through a temple?" It encouraged you to come up with your own way of doing it. There are people who speed run the entire game without gathering next to anything but a branch and going straight to Ganon and killing him without anything, or beating a temple in a way that most people hadn't thought of.
Don't you understand that that's a huge departure from the series? That the series has always been this linear progression, and that wouldn't even be possible in Twilight Princess, for instance. You can't even access the area you need to get to in order to get to Ganon in Twilight Princess until you've
technological limitations.
No, not technological limitations. Artistic decisions that limit the player's access to certain areas of the map, depending upon where you are in the story. That's what I mean. Okay, those aren't technical limitations. That was playing to the formula that has always been Zelda, which I keep getting back to this, that linear progression. So the fact that that's missing or at least less of a focus or hardly a focus at all in these big open world games, right? So many people have attested that going through just the side quests in these open world games, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, is enough to really engage them. And in fact, doing the main quest is kind of frowned upon, sort of like how most people play Skyrim, right? You don't want to get to the end of the main quest because then the game ends. You'd rather explore all this side world shit. Well, in Zelda, it's not how it has ever really worked. It's more like I'm so engaged in this one giant overarching story that I want to see what happens next, and I have to continue to play that. That's the draw and the allure of it, which is conspicuously missing from these big open world games.
Okay, so well, my problem here is that sure, the previous games have far more linearity. I have no problem granting that, and you stay very focused on that linearity, and for a purpose. There's a purpose behind it. It's not just like throwaway. It's just for the heck of it. Although I guess in some cases though you could make that argument. But anyways, I generally agree with you. But here's the problem, and you yourself just said it. You're so focused on the overarching story that you don't know what world you're even trying to save. Your ability to be engaged with the world is super limited. Look at Link to the Past.
That's not true.
Exactly. The village in there is like it's super bare. It's barely a village. It's just a bunch of houses put together in a location. Like, how am I trying to save these people? Why do I really care about this? I don't. I care about getting to the end goal. I want to get the Master Sword because it's a requirement for me to beat Ganon, and then I have to go beat Ganon. That's it.
Okay, well,
you could remove the village from Link to the Past, and I bet you would still have the same amount of fun.
I don't think so. There's important elements in the village, okay, like the book of Maduro. There's also some secrets that you could find if you want to try to get the heart pieces, which is something else that Link to the Past introduced, which ended up becoming a staple of the series afterward. Was heart pieces. So there's important aspects of the village. You also learn a little bit more about the environment and the world by talking to people. Obviously, technical limitations are going to limit the amount of exposition that each character kind of puts out because it's a Super Nintendo, it's not a Switch. And yes, I still haven't questioned the idea that each iteration of the game pushes technological boundaries even further. They always do that. Nintendo's fantastic about doing that.
Okay. So then my argument is really that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom do diverge, but they're mostly consistent with the core elements.
Okay, so the consistencies,
how they are.
The consistencies that you highlight are a poor substitution for what I would consider to be a good representation of the series. They feel like shoehorned in elements to a story that's about a different world. Does that make sense? I think so. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Let's say that I don't, but for the sake of argument, let's say that I can see that. In my opening statement, I stated this, that people have a different opinion on what is the actual definitive game that they would pick for this debate topic. And I'm sure you would agree that most people would have a differing set of opinions, right?
Oh yeah, I've heard a bunch.
Set of games. Right. Now, if I was going to set them down in front of one game and have the highest likelihood that a vast majority of people are going to find something in that one game that they can point to, that they've played to historically and say, there's that piece of the game. There's that bridge from, I think it was Twilight. There's the church. There's the little, the horses. There's the Master Sword, et cetera, et cetera. If you're going to try and capture as most people as possible from their point of view, I would say Tears of the Kingdom does that. It might not do every single point well, but it does a huge majority, more than any other game before it.
Okay, what else?
I have some evidence to back me up.
Well, okay, let's hear your evidence before I try to counter it then. If you want to.
All right. So in an interview, I had to go track these down.
In an interview. An interview is your evidence, huh? Okay.
Game Informer interview by Aonuma.
I thought you were just going to point at sales figures. That probably would have been enough. But here.
No, because I don't think sales figures are a good argument. That would be a pretty weak argument. You could attack me on that quite a bit. But in a Game Informer interview in 2017, Aonuma explained, for Breath of the Wild, we didn't just look at one past game. We look at what defined Zelda in each era, the exploration of Zelda 1, the storytelling of Ocarina, the side quests of Majora's Mask.
What is this person's position? Is this a PR representative? Because that's what it sounds like.
Nintendo. Let me do.
Okay, so what?
He a game designer, senior officer within the Japanese video game design. So he helped design Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
and Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay.
In a GDC, I think that's Game Developer Conference talk in 2017, the developers of the game themselves stated that they had a Zelda formula checklist in order to make sure that they were consistent with the historical background of what made Zelda games.
I don't know how they missed the linearity.
Well, I'm stating, though, that there was a thought that was put into it. And I think it's coming from the horse's mouth. The paraglider, for example, was inspired by the Deku Leaf, which a lot of people would know about. We have the Rivali's Gale, which is based on the boomerang, the shrines, the tech, even that stupid little tablet, as you call it, that existed in Link to the Past. What do you think you walked up to when you walk up to the little walls and it literally said it's one of those stone tablets and Sarah is telepathically talking to you through them? That's the tablet.
Well, that was a tool of an evil person. That's not the same thing.
But still, the concept, the mechanism is still there. And that's the point.
Humbug. It's not the same mechanism at all. I don't agree with that. I feel like that's just an excuse. And again, all of that just sounds like corporate public speak gobbledygook. Okay. What was I going to say is at the end of the day, all right, you can't deny the fact that some of the boundaries that they broke were through the gameplay loop, and that the gameplay loop in Breath of the Wild and in Tears of the Kingdom is unique among Zelda titles. Yeah, you have to concede that.
The gameplay loop among okay, so if you're talking about the puzzles, temples, shrines, yes, I would concede with that it broke the loop. Yes.
Well, not only that, but the progression being hooked into acquiring specific items as you progress through the story. Excuse me.
There are certain elements, there are certain shrines and puzzles and stuff that are extremely difficult to break without that progression. You can still do it, but you could make the same case for previous Zelda games where you
not most of them, not most of them,
but it's not foreign. It's not a foreign thing that it's never happened before. The gameplay.
It still remains true. It still remains true that this item progression being hooked into has been a staple of the series. So I mean, and you can see that the puzzles and stuff were unique. So even through those concessions, you've iterated that the most important aspects of a game are in fact different with these two iterations of the series. Yeah. So it's not a good representation.
At their core, I would concede that like breaking a temple or like a shrine in Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom is not like breaking a temple or a shrine in a lot of the previous games. But the way that you break it, though, is still fundamental to the game. For example, your hookshot example. Could you pick a game, any one of the Zelda games where you have a hookshot? You get the hookshot. Could you go back to some of the temples and some of the games and use the hookshot when you shouldn't have, and still go and work your way through the temple again if you wanted to, or do something different with the temple?
Well, yeah, but that's the opposite of the point that I'm trying to make. Yes, it does open up secret areas that were previously inaccessible and previously visited temples. However, primarily what not having that item does is prevent progress. And yes, there are some games where you can work your way around that. You can use glitches sometimes in order to work your way around that. But it's obviously intended by the designers, and it's an artistic decision to stop your progress until you acquire that particular item.
Okay, well then I would just go back to the fact that you are not required to have any specific item to finish your progress. Your progress is to defeat Ganon. That's your progress. It doesn't matter how many temples or shrines or whatever are available or what tool you use them. That's not the core element. It's still an element that gives you that feeling of your Link beating the game. But at the end of the day, it's the Master Sword, and it's the symbolisms of the courage and the Triforce things that get you to that end goal, regardless of how you get there, because you get there in a different way in almost every game.
Well, to some extent, it is somewhat different, but a lot of games harken back to very similar locations in previous iterations. For instance, Kakariko Village, like you said, that's one that iterates over and over again. The Goron Town, there's always a Goron Town, right? Near Death Mountain, right? That always happens. So on and so forth. These things are pivotal elements of the storytelling, and in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, some of those places are there, but the world is so foreignly, misshapen and changed, and there are so many other places that probably shouldn't be there in order for it to be a traditional Zelda game, that it feels like a totally different fucking game.
I don't agree that there's something there that shouldn't be there. You have sky, whatever the wind one is with the sky places. You have that.
That one shouldn't be there.
Domain.
That's one that shouldn't be there.
Canonical.
Was from which game? You might get me on this one.
It's either Wind Waker or Skyward Sword. I can't remember which one. Where you're in the sky. You're literally in the sky. You
Skyward
spend your
Sword.
entire time in the sky. Yeah.
I didn't fucking play Skyward Sword. I haven't got to that one.
There you go. Right. So that's like you said, Zora's Domain, Goron City, etc. You have the Underworld, which is just Link to the Past, Dark World, just underneath. That's it. It's a replica of the same world. It's just flipped upside down. You have the exact same concept. You have the concept of the mirror. You just go.
That's not entirely true. Okay, in Link to the Past, several things change between the Dark World and the Light World, and actually changing.
And when you go underground,
changing between them. You said it was the same world.
It's the what would you call it, the landscape of the above world, just replicated, like mirrored. That's it. But things you're gonna find things underground that you're not gonna find up there.
That's not what.
And vice versa.
That's not what the Dark World is in Link to the Past. In the Dark World, Link to the Past, the actual geography is different, and the places that you can visit are totally fucking different. It is like, and the world is now populated by super baddie fucking enemies. I think that's true of Tears of the Kingdom though as well. So
yeah, it is. Yeah, you find some of the artists and bosses down there.
Like traversing the world is necessary though. In order to get to certain places in the overworld and Link to the Past, you have to go to the Dark World and then come back in certain locations.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, that's not true. That's not what I read. That's not what I read at all. People were saying that it's basically just a replication of the overworld, except it's dark and then there's harder enemies. That's what I was hearing.
There's certain things that you cannot do in the underworld until you progress the story to a certain point.
Okay, so that's not the same thing though. So it's like we're talking past each other again. Like it's literally a mechanic for traversing geography in LTTP. That doesn't necessarily.
You're thinking of it as like a physical block, right?
Yeah.
Story-based blocker. Okay, so but in a way, it is a physical blocker, because if you don't progress the story enough, there are certain things that you are physically blocked from getting into or accessing. Or
that's like saying like, oh man, that's like saying, I'm an American because I live on the North American continent. I'm not Canadian, even though you are a fucking Canadian.
Between a story blocker and an item blocker, you're blocked either way. Why does it matter which one is which?
Because what I'm talking about is something that's environmental. What you're talking about is something that's progression. Those are two completely different striations that are very important.
About an integration. No, you're restricting yourself to, you must have a thing in order to move forward. And I'm saying that the thing is part of the environment which helps you move forward. It's an integration of all these ideas packaged into one. It's not just go get a thing. It's that the thing has some connection to the environment around you, which is what Link does in every game. He adapts to his environment and then ultimately gets the core stuff and beats Ganon.
You got to calm down, man. You got to calm down. Quit spurging out. Okay, let me respond here.
No. Let me interrupt you some more, damn it.
Shit, bear. What was I going to say? There it is. That's a good one. Somebody was saying something about Navi in my chat too. But what was I going to say? No. It's like I say, what I'm talking about is something that's a physical, environmental, so you have to stand on this one particular spot, change into the Dark World, then walk to another spot around a new set of, geographic barriers, and then change back to the overworld, and now you're in a place that was previously inaccessible just by going through those transitions and traversing that previously untraversable land. So that's what I mean. I think what you're talking about is, certain things become available as you progress through the story in the overworld and the underworld. And you need certain items in order to progress. So that's what I mean. That's the difference between the environmental and the progression, being the blocker. Okay. So I think I clarified that.
Yeah, you did. I understand the difference. I disagree with the importance of the difference as in terms of making it a Zelda game. I would say that you could have a mixture of all of these things and you could still walk away thinking, hey,
the thing is that the execution of the underworld in Tears of the Kingdom reminds me more of the underworld that was in Skyrim than it does of the Dark World in LTTP. I guess, does that make sense? Maybe that's why I'm criticizing it. But, as
I can see that argument, yeah, and I would point to the history of Zelda taking the same themes, including, even to your point, things. Taking the same hook shot and altering the way it works in certain games. Not every game, but in certain games, hook shot works a little bit differently. You need to upgrade it in some games, and in other games you don't. Boomerang, arrow, like all of these things change based on the game and environment. And Zelda is not foreign to changing the theme or the way that a core concept is being used. And I would say that Tears of the Kingdom is no different. It took the theme of the Dark World and Link to the Past, and it maintained the theme, but it changed how you interacted with that theme. But the theme is there. That theme of Ganon is there. All those themes are all there.
Some themes are, I will agree, but again, when we come to the Dark World thing, it's less like the Dark World in LTTP and more like the Dark World in Skyrim. I feel like it's more inspired by other series than it is of previous iterations of Zelda. So that's why I don't like that example there. When it comes to the things that they do get right, okay, Ganon being in the game, the Master Sword being in the game, Link being in the game, Zelda being in the game. I feel like these are a small pittance of what should be, a much more grandiose story about how Link goes from being nothing into being something, and that progression should be iterated out rather than what seems to be presented to me. And I haven't spent a lot of time playing Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I'll be honest, but what it seems to me to be presented there is that there's this big wide open world, and you sort of go to different places and interact with different cultures in order to do well for them, but it doesn't particularly matter what order or pathway that you take in order to do that, and there isn't a very good clear progression along the way, and I think that's a huge failing as well. There's the missing the missing mechanics, man. I gotta have the hook shot to get through the fire temple, I gotta have the iron boots to get through the water temple, that kind of stuff.
Okay well then, with the last few minutes, then I'll go to my last real point on this then. Can you agree that whether Link has or doesn't have particular items, that's kind of, we're just, I'll cede it for the argument. He has to have a hook shot or whatever. One thing he cannot be without at all is the Master Sword. He must have the Master Sword.
I accept that that's one of the most important things, but I think more than just a Master Sword makes Link. It's not just the Master Sword, it's also the tool belt, in my opinion.
Okay, let's say we go with that for sake of argument. Why does he need the Master Sword? Can you explain that to me?
Well, to kill Ganon, like you said.
Why?
Well, because Ganon is the embodiment of evil in the world, and Link's job is to save the world.
So that's it. So why does he need the Master Sword versus a regular sword?
It's a MacGuffin. I don't know.
Yeah. So Tears of the Kingdom is the only video game in the entire franchise that fully explains the history of the Master Sword, including the timeline and why so many timelines converge. And I mean timelines as in like previous games, why they converge on Tears of the Kingdom. It is the only game you're going to get that literally goes back in time. It's the Link to the Past as to why the Master Sword must exist in every other game. It is fully fleshed out. It explains the mechanism of the sword. It explains where the sword comes from, how it was created, why it arises the way it does, why it takes time or doesn't take time, why Link is the only one that can wield it, and Link has to go through the same kind of trials to wield the Master Sword in Tears of the Kingdom as he does in most other games to wield the Master Sword. It is one of the most critical components that literally no other game goes into as much depth, not even close, as Tears of the Kingdom. And you have a fundamental missing aspect, kind of going back to Link to the Past. You're wandering around in this world, and all you're thinking is, me must kill Ganon, and you don't really know why or how the Master Sword works or why
that's
Zelda
not true at all,
etc.
That's not fucking true at all. Okay, in Link to the Past, the very first thing you do is you get a telepathic message from Princess Zelda that she must be saved from the castle or whatever. Then your uncle goes out in order to fucking do it. No, actually, not with the Master Sword. So your uncle goes out and does it, and then he ends up getting killed. You save Zelda, and then where do you escape to? You escape to a church, which is a full standing, actual pews and stained glass windows church with a cross on the top of it and everything. It's actually a fucking church. Then you are explained to by the preacher that, this is someone is trying to resurrect Ganon. You have to stop him. And then you're beset on your quest. In order to stop the evil force of Ganon, which is this demon from the Nether Realm, or some shit.
Where's the Nether Realm? Why does the Nether Realm? See, this is the problem: is that no game goes into the lore.
The other aspect of it is you're saying that. You're just fucking thrust into it. Again, part of this goes down to the technological limitations of the console at the time. In further iterations, it does get more and more iterated upon. It does get more and more fleshed out. However, it's not just thrust upon you. You're not just going to kill the bad guy. It's explained that these people are an evil ilk and that all the monsters running around are their fault. So you have to go kill them in order to stop the monsters. At the end of the day, what you're saying is that the one game that does the one thing that no other game did is the best representation of the series is what you're trying to pull off here, and it doesn't fucking fly. At the end of the day, part of what makes Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom a bad representation of the series is all of the departures that it engages with in order to make itself special and apart from the previous iterations of the series. The one thing that you're pointing out, all of this backstory behind what the Master Sword is and that and the other, always remained a mystery in previous games because it was intended to be this aura of mystery as well as righteousness, right? A mysterious righteousness. That's part of what makes Link who Link is in all of the games, is this mysterious righteousness that isn't very well fleshed out. And by diving into that exposition and explaining it so completely, I think that the storytelling in Tears of the Kingdom has watered down the lore just a little bit. And sort of made it into like an anime sort of estimation of what it was. It was always, in everybody's minds, which was this grand, tale that extended far beyond what you were presented with in the game. You could use your imagination. Oh, God forbid that we do that in 2025 in order to sort of expand on it and understand it in your own way, which was another staple of the series.
I think what happened in Tears of the Kingdom is that it opened the door. It didn't close the door on anything. It allowed you to make sense of almost every game in the history of Zelda, and it allows for further games to continue to exist.
How can it do that when it doesn't have half the shit that all the other games had? I mean, that's bullshit.
Because it doesn't need to make that true. These things are not mutually exclusive.
I disagree. There you go.
EOD doesn't have a soul. He sucks.
Canada's not a real country. We're gonna invade. It's gonna become the 51st state. The fucking Lost Woods.
Man, that's what this debate felt like, huh?
I ended on that. That is gonna wrap up the open portion of the back and forth of the debate. First off, shout out to both debaters for giving their side strong and coming out hard with this one. All right. Make sure you all go and sub up to both EOD696 and Spiro Floropoulos, okay, so that you guys can get more information on Zelda that you've never heard before, okay? So what we're going to do now, we're going to get into the closing statements. And reminder for the chat, okay? We're going to do a 30-minute Q&A after this. So if you want to get your questions in, there is the Q&A in the chat. But if you want to make sure it gets asked, we don't have too many super chats, so I'm sure we'll get through them quick enough. But if you just want to make sure and you want to just support the show, send it in a super chat. And this way you'll make sure it gets answered or read. With that, we're going to get into the closing statements here. So we're going to start with Spiro, because that'll give EOD the last word. So Spiro, whenever you're ready, Wait, let me get your timer up here for you. That'll probably help. Yeah, whenever you're ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay. So I just want to thank one more time, probably the viewers who suffered the most watching this. But EOD and Speakeazy, you guys are awesome. Thank you for having this debate. It was great. I will say this in closing. I think what EOD did was he leaned a little bit on nostalgia, on his perspective on what makes a Zelda game great, and heavily on the things within the game. And I was trying to lean on the concepts, because the one thing that is consistent between every single Zelda game is the concepts. The one thing that is not consistent between every single Zelda game is the thing. And so, for example, to his point, he conceded that the Christian iconography was not consistent. A lot of the weaponry, not consistent. Even the way that you approach certain puzzles, temples, etc., not consistent in terms of their execution. But you could make a case for the concepts, which he did. He made a concept argument for having puzzles to begin with, having a temple or temples to begin with, fighting Ganon, etc., even having weapons beyond the Master Sword. These are concepts that are not tied to their execution. And the history of the franchise bears that out to be true. Now, there is some consistency between games in terms of certain elements within there, but these are niche arguments. They're not overlapping arguments. And the prompt states the franchise as a whole. And if you're looking at the franchise as a whole, then you have to look at the things that are consistent as a whole and that are not consistent as a whole, and where you can draw those parallels to something that best represents that. And I think I laid my case out reasonably enough that, in particular, maybe not so much Breath of the Wild, because I'm not the biggest fan of Breath of the Wild, but it's linked in with Tears of the Kingdom. So I have to kind of, unfortunately for me, it's an uphill slog. But Tears of the Kingdom, it was literally meant to take the history of the franchise and take some element of it that is consistent with that history and bring it into the game. And it is the only game which goes comprehensively and thoroughly into that lore, into why does the Master Sword exist? How does it work, etc.? What about Ganon? What about the overarching concepts of good and evil, and how time plays into that? The reason why you get different timelines, the reason why Zelda comes from a long line of a particular lineage, etc., etc. You even have Cass in Breath of the Wild, to give Breath of the Wild some due. That's that like the bird thing that does the whatever that musical instrument is. He makes direct references to previous games. This isn't just something I'm coming up with off the top of my head. It's literally stated by the creators of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and it's referenced multiple previous games that are not Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. In fact, there's even a reference to, I believe there's some reference to the war of, I don't know, there was some capturing War of Ganon or whatever. That's a direct reference to Link to the Past. That's the point of Tears of the Kingdom. And that's why my statement is that if you take anybody who's anybody, whether they've played the game before or not, but especially if they played the game, let them sit through a full playthrough of Tears of the Kingdom, and they're going to find at least one thing, if not multiple things, where they're going to go, I remember I did something very, very similar, or this is exactly what I remember from a previous game. You cannot say that about other games in the franchise, most other games in the franchise. For example, it's really hard for you to say, Ocarina of Time, I remember this thing from Link to the Past, unless you're talking about the stuff that I'm talking about, which is what? The core concepts, the Master Sword, Ganon, etc., etc. And to my point, Ocarina of Time simply further expands on the previous history of Zelda games, as do most other Zelda games. They expand more on the history of them. It's just that Tears of the Kingdom is the most comprehensive, ties most, if not all of them together, and gives you a reason for why there's disparity. So in my opinion, Tears of the Kingdom actually makes the case for why the randomness, anything you could point to within any Zelda game that's not the same as other Zelda games, Tears of the Kingdom actually explains that, whereas no other Zelda game explains that. So you can go back to any game and go, oh, because I played Tears of the Kingdom, I now understand why this thing isn't, why Ocarina of Time does this thing differently than Link to the Past, beyond just technical limitations and whatnot. There's no other game that does that. So in conclusion, EOD sucks. He was a great opponent, but he sucks. He's a right wing, far right conservative. He probably believes that the Earth is flat and that Link like will fall off the edge if he walks too far, walks off the boundary of the plane of Hyrule or something. Blah blah blah. All right, that's it for me.
Opened a secret door there. Oh shit.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement, Spyro. And with that, we're going to hand over the mic to EOD. Yeah, I think that was a chest he opened. I don't know what happened. But we're going to hand the mic over here to EOD 696 for your closing statement. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Right now. Okay, so here's what I'm going to start with. Okay, Canada's not a real country. Learn to say about what the hell you Canuck son of a bitch. What else was I going to say? Right. So, one of the things. Let's remember what the prompt is before I continue here. Okay, the prompt is which Legend of Zelda game best represents the franchise. And what my opponent is trying to do is trying to say that there's this that separates Tears of the Kingdom. There's that separates Tears of the Kingdom, but it makes all these callbacks. I promise you that, you know, the guy with the wings that never appeared in any other game with the musical thing that never appeared in any other game said something about Link to the Past. I'm telling you, it's in there, but he can't actually give us any real examples. He points to a plethora of examples, but can't give us any. And throughout this debate, I've provided evidence after evidence after evidence demonstrating how every single Zelda game since Link to the Past has iterated upon the formula of Link to the Past in order to be a Zelda game. That's part of the staples of the series. When I sit down to play a Zelda game, there are certain expectations that I have. There is a certain amount of the tool belt that I expect to see. There is the Master Sword that I expect to see. There is Ganondorf. There is Zelda. But what Tears of the Kingdom, which my opponent has admitted shamelessly does, is instead of having, you know, Hyrule Field and Hyrule Castle and all of these places that are familiar and something that we can harken back to and say that this is a Zelda game, it departs in huge ways. My opponent did nothing to explain to us why the inventory system is so grossly different, why the game loop has gone from being this linear legendary path from starting out as nobody and becoming the hero of time, becoming the hero of the world, why that seems to be at least muted, if not even present at all in Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. Instead, we're presented with this huge open world where gathering raw materials and building things and constructing our own weapons and our own armor is that's the rule of your progression right there. And as you proceed through these games, they just don't feel like Zelda at all. Which makes them a terrible representation of the series on the whole. That's why I chose the foundational LTTP, as my opponent so rightfully pointed out early on, that there's many tropes within it that make it, that have made Zelda ever since 1991 when LTTP came out. And that these were all defined within LTTP on the Super Nintendo with this fantastic iteration of the game, which is still perfectly playable and interesting and good today. I highly recommend everybody go check it out. One of the things my opponent asks is, which game would you set a person down in front of in order to, sort of express the best of the series? And you want to do one that's not unique, that doesn't depart in huge ways from the series in order to appropriately represent the series. Again, the Tears of the Kingdom's not a bad game. Breath of the Wild's not a bad game. They're fine games. They look awesome. They play great. The Switch is a fantastic piece of hardware, if you like playing games on a cell phone. But at the end of the day, it's not a Zelda game. That's been my main contention, and I really don't think that's been very well contended with. What did my opponent say to this? Is that, it's got Ganon in it, it's got Zelda in it, it's got the Master Sword in it, so it must be a Zelda game. No, that's not all that makes a Zelda game. Again, it's got to have that legendary progression system, and all of that always hooks into acquiring specific items as you proceed through the dungeons. And these mechanics, these core elements of every Zelda game that were originally established in Link to the Past, are conspicuously missing from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, okay. So if we want to chuggle syrup all day, and be a lumberjack, definitely support the Canadian, and we could say a boot and all that. If you want to make Canada the 51st state, let's fucking go. Vote for me. All right. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. That's opening the chest right there. What item did I get?
There we go. I'm not too informed on my Zelda sounds, but I was able to get them. So. I knew the Saria song one though, because I remember again on the Nintendo 64. That was like the Zelda I played, and that was one of my favorite things that you got to do was play the little harmonica thing.
That's one of the best parts about Ocarina of Time. The music is fantastic in that game. I love it.
Yeah. I had fun with that. All right, so we are gonna thank you for that closing statement, and we're gonna get over into the 30-minute Q&A. But like always, before we start the 30 minutes up, I like to ask a question for both sides. And since this isn't really like a positive, negative side, I'll ask one question that'll be like for both of you. Okay, is like if you had to choose second place now, so like you guys are both fighting for your specific game, but if you had to choose second place, which game would you put there? And we'll let Spiro go first and then EOD.
I think it would have to be Link to the Past as number 2. Yeah.
All right. And EOD?
I'd say Ocarina of Time. I think, as we pointed out several times on either side of this debate, Zelda continues to push the technological boundaries every time it's iterated upon. And I think Ocarina of Time was a great, fantastic iteration on LTDP. I thought all the story elements were fantastic in LTDP. A lot of that parallels perfectly with Ocarina of Time. But when I thought about what was most emblematic of the series, I had to go with, the foundational piece of what I think made Ocarina of Time, and that's LTDP. So, Of course, if you try playing, Ocarina of Time today with like an N64 controller that was actually produced for the N64 back in the 90s, that fucking spring is all worn out. It's terrible. It's a fucking miserable experience.
Yeah. Well, okay, so to be fair, I won't give it away just yet, but to be fair, my number 1 and number 2 are different based on my position in the debate. Let's just say my heart wasn't fully in my position. I was doing it for the sake of having a nerdy debate. But I'll save that for the end. Yeah. Given my position, my number 2 would be Link to the Past. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, now we're gonna get into the super chats. We're gonna start lighting these up. So the way I'm gonna do this now too, I'm gonna go through the super chats from my side first, and then if there's time, I'll go through the super chats that come from the other sides. Just because there was like the last 2 times when I did the super chats, just like as they came in. I missed a couple that were from my side, so I want to make sure that all my side questions get answered first here. So let's start the timer up, and then we got Naughty Germ just came in to give salutes. Shout out to Naughty Germ. Naughty Germ has been really involved in the chat with this one. He's had some words for you guys, all right? And then we had Alice the Greek came in, said, "No question here. I'm Spiro's sister and can confirm our mother beeps when she backs up."
Well, she is actually my sister. And second of all, yes, my mother does beep when she backs up. Yeah. I forget people down the street, man.
Yeah, you think the beats are coming next. $5 comes in. Wow, Grizzly Adams is moderating. Just messing. Never seen you with the hair out. Ocarina of Time is the best, but I'm biased. I've never played any of the rest.
Well,
okay.
That's why I went through all the playthroughs this past November. I the past month I've been doing a whole bunch. I'll spend at least an hour or two in every game. That's what I was planning on doing, but I didn't get past freaking Twilight Princess. So.
You guys have definitely made me think I might have to go play the other ones because, I did enjoy the one I played. So, hearing you guys tonight, I was like, I think I gotta go play some of these other ones. They
Yeah,
sound
you
fun.
should.
You should do Twilight Princess next. That was the next iteration after Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. It was on GameCube.
Okay.
And so it has a lot of the same elements in it, go figure.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
you'll
like
feel at
that
home.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got $10 from Anthony Salea says, I take back my last super chat. I want to ask, Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask? I like the basic story in Ocarina of Time, but the gameplay and combat mechanics in Majora's Mask is also really great.
Well, let me go first on this one. Okay, I'll say this in order to remain, philosophically consistent. I'm going to have to say Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time is much more of a Zelda game, right? I think Majora's Mask was a departure. It was interesting. It was fantastic, and it was cool. But the other thing is I think there's less that progression system. Again, is really weird in Majora's Mask because of the time thing. So that feels a little bit strange, but they still managed to hook progression into maintaining those certain items as you progress through the story. So I would say that Majora's Mask is more of a Zelda than Tears of the Kingdom, but I don't think Majora's Mask is more of a Zelda than Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, even from my argument, from my position, it would be the same result. Ocarina of Time wins over Majora's Mask. Even if you could just make the argument of like, what are those core elements that I argued for? A few of them are definitely missing in Majora's Mask. Where the heck did they go? It's I think it's too big of a departure. In fact, I think it's even worse than Tears of the Kingdom. That's my actual stance. As much as I'm not a. Anyways, I won't get into that. But yeah, Ocarina of Time, hands down.
Word. I like it. Another 10 comes in from Alice the Greek, says, fun fact, Spiro used to let me play on his LOZ files as long as I didn't save over them, especially Nintendo 64. Best big bro, but still the biggest asshole I've ever had with.
I'm just gonna, that's actually not so bad. Those are probably the nicest words she's ever said about me. I'll take it.
Let's go. That's what's up. Oh, here we go. Another one from Alice the Greek. Fun fact, Spyro and I used to take random kitchen utensils to duel with, but only used Link's yelling sound. Mother off to no end.
I don't remember this. Yeah, I don't know.
That's fucking great.
That's hilarious.
And thank you for the super chat. And then we got $10 comes in from Anthony Salea, says, off subject, but Spyro singing to an AI designed Disney whip song was peak entertainment. We shall never forget ever.
It was definitely one of the
best. Was this on Rob's?
Yeah.
On Rob's, yeah.
Of course.
Watch it now.
I think it might be either number 1 or number 2 in terms of income for Rob in a single night.
That's what's up. That's
probably number 2, but
we got to get more of that. Prince of Dogs just says $5 or just sends $5 to say nothing. Just sending some support. Thank you,
Sweet.
Prince of Dogs. Lost Avarice member for 1 month. Shout out Lost Avarice. Look, 2 nerds arguing over a simp.
I see.
Calling you. And
I heard a couple people called Link. I heard a couple people called Link a simp. What do you?
Well, see that's complete bullshit. Okay, the simp in Nintendo lore is Mario. Mario is the fucking simp because he's always trying to save Princess Peach. Link is trying to save the world. Okay. And Zelda just happens to be part of that. Yes, he's not trying to save Zelda.
Zelda, then this is confusing to me because, like, again, I used to think the game, like the little elf guy that you are, I thought his name was Zelda.
Yeah,
right. My whole thing the whole time. So, why is it called Zelda?
Named after the princess.
It's named after the princess.
She's not the main thing.
No.
Well, she constantly is though, because you're
she's definitely in there
to rescue her before you can move forward to do the rest of your story. Not every time, but most of the time, yeah, she's a core component.
Rescuing her's not the thing. That's just like part of the story.
She's a means to an end.
Yeah,
she's like acquiring a tool.
Well, okay, so the other thing is like in some games, I think in those latest iterations too, she's sort of presented as a boss bitch who can do some fighting herself, right? What was it? In Ocarina of Time, they started that with Sheik. Sheik was actually, she was actually Zelda in disguise, but
right. Yeah, and I think that the canonical version of Zelda being able to fight for her own isn't that out of the realm of fan, like whatever imagination.
Well, yeah, Joan of Arc, I
She
guess,
comes
but
from a lineage of power, of magical power, which would mean that she has some ability to fight.
sure.
But anyways, but the point is,
She still relies on you. Yeah.
He's just it's like gathering the bow or whatever. You got to free the princess, otherwise you can't do whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
Okay. She's just a side character. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, like in Link to the Past, so that's like the first thing you do. So it's in the first 15 minutes of the game, you've already saved Zelda.
You just save her and then keep going.
And
Okay.
Yeah.
the rest of the game happens. Yeah.
I guess they just had to keep the name for the franchise too. That you can't just name it Link all of a sudden or something else. I guess that makes sense.
They tried that once or twice, but it didn't work out too well.
That's how you lose people buying it.
And that plays into my argument that it's about tradition. The whole series is about tradition. But all right.
Mm-hmm.
We got $10 from Alice the Greek. Says, I've had to listen to Spiro my whole life, but thank you folks for listening to my big bro during this debate. And I'm so damn sorry. Rest in peace, your ears.
I agree with her.
Goodness.
I agree. Like, yeah.
I agree. Anthony Salea comes in for $5, says, not to be bigoted, but I always thought Gorons represented a certain race in the world. They're eating rocks.
No, I mean, in Tears of the Kingdom, I think it's
the
Kingdom, they actually get addicted to ketamine. I mean, people infected rocks. I'm not joking. You're sitting there, like addicted, like narcotics, and you have to go and like remove them from the economy essentially so that they can't get addicted to them anymore. Yeah.
Okay, look, Japan has some ideals. Okay, let's. That's all I'm gonna say.
That's true.
Yeah.
Prince of Dogs comes in for $5 just to say nothing again. Thank you very much, Prince of Dogs. But then follows with another $5 and says, "What drew you the most to the games that caused you to nerd this much?"
I don't know, man. I always loved the story. That's why I wasn't so thoroughly excited about Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. I felt like it was a huge departure in the story. I just enjoy that type of tale. Like, I'm a big Tolkien fan, and I feel like Zelda, the way that the story gets told reminds me of the way Tolkien told his stories. So I guess that's why I like it.
Yeah, I agree. The lore, the deep lore that is at least insinuated when I played Link to the Past definitely drew me in, but very much, I guess it's kind of going to EOD's point here a little bit at least. When I played Link to the Past, I'm going subjective now. I felt like as a kid, I was Link. Like, I felt like I did the thing that saved the world, which is very rare to say in video games today. Like, how often do you play a video game today where you felt like you are the character, or like you somehow possess that character? It's like, oh, I did this, right? That's how Link to the Past made me feel.
Well, we didn't even talk about why Link's name is Link. It's the link between the player and the game world. That's why they named him Link.
Right. Sure.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's actually cool. I like it.
And the Legend of Zelda is the same, because the Legend of Zelda, because she continuously exists throughout time, just recreated the same way as Link, but in a different way. And so it's also her Legend of Time. So yeah, there's lots of deep lore there.
Yeah, I like it. See, I'm a sucker for like deeper lore behind simple things. Like, like I think I've told you guys before, like with my logo, like it's just like a bear there with no eyes.
Yeah.
The whole idea is because like bears spend 90% of their lives alone, and the label's called On My Own. And then it was a music label. So you don't use your eyes, you use your ears, right? I put a bunch of like deep lore behind something so simple, right? Like it's like, I love that shit. I'm a sucker for it. Here's a little extra money for them sick Goron beats.
This is when King Darunia starts dancing. He does a stupid dance.
This is classic, man. This is classic.
Tune that breaks down.
You know what I really enjoy? That there's something to it that's missing today in video games. I want you to picture that you are creating a song. Like you'll know about this because you've made songs before, and you're trying to come up with a tune, and you've got all these instruments available to you, even as early well, let's go back to the Link to the Past. Like we're talking 94, right? And so you can sit down in front of a piano or a guitar, you can come up with a cool tune. It sounds nice, but now you've got the limitation of the hardware. And you can hear it even on the Nintendo 64 version of this Gorm song. And the fact that it's still carried through and you can still kind of like, hey man, there's a beat here. That art is lost today. So I really
you're not lying. That was another criticism that I heard a lot about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. The soundtrack sucked.
Yeah, the soundtrack
lackluster.
Okay, if I'm gonna continue my argumentative stance here, I'm gonna push back on you, and I'm gonna say that the soundtrack was very purposefully built so that it immersed you inside the world. The point of lessening the soundtrack in certain elements was so that your focus was not on the audible, but was what was going on in front of you. The temperature, elements that you had to contend with, the puzzle itself, etc. And then there were certain portions of Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild where you were fighting a big boss, and then the orchestra
swelled quite a bit. Yeah.
Right. And so there was a purposeful reason behind the way that they did the music.
Well, the music was kind of in your face the whole time in Ocarina of Time too, so that makes it a little different. But yeah, excuse me.
And then we got another 10 comes in from Alice the Greek, and here's some extra money for putting up with Spyro. Just like we've done our part. True.
Now this part I disagree with. You may not like hearing me, but being in my presence, come on.
Some greatness. Come on now.
Come on.
Prince of Dogs comes in with another 2 just to support. I appreciate you big time, Prince of Dogs. And another 2 to say nerd alert. Another 5 comes from Alice. Fun fact. Spyro has never held an axe.
True. I have. It didn't go well for the guy without a finger, but I did hold that.
Shit, Lil Sis coming in with the roasts. That's what's up. Anthony Salea comes in for $10. Says, why Zelda seem like a feminist? But always appeals to the patriarchy and Link. Then have a tribe of women in is it Gerudo or Gerudo? Gerudo, who had a male every 100 years. Weird dynamics.
I think I can actually kind of answer this a little bit.
Okay, let's go.
All right. So if you look at the history of how Japan has played with gender dynamics, even in things like anime, so you can kind of look away from video games, but you can look at it in video games too. They haven't been afraid of putting female characters in front leading character positions. But what they've almost always done, maybe you could make a case not in recent times, but I don't think they've actually deviated this very much. But they've always also played the fact that you must also have a male who also plays a lead role, if not sometimes is the lead role. And in fact, if you really want to get a little bit conspiratorial, there might be an underhanded mechanism here whereby, hey, you have a tribe of women who can last for 100 years, but even after 100 years, you still need a man, don't you? Right. And so it's kind of like a subtle anti, oh, you think you're feminist, oh, raw women for 100 years, but at the end of the day, what do you need? Yeah, you need a Ganon. And what kind of guy do you need, by the way? You don't need no simp who's walking around be like, oh, please, will you slip with me? No, you need the worst guy on the planet who wants to destroy you and everyone around you. That's who you need to come in. That's the male character you need. Yay, feminism, right? That's what feminism gets you.
Let's go. And then we got another $2 comes in from Prince of Dogs, just showing some support. And then Anthony Salea with another 2 says, for the goal. Shout out to you, Anthony Salea. And then that's it for supers on my side. And then we have this one over here. It says, are you trolling me right now?
Because I think he brought that in when I first said I'm defending Tears of the Kingdom. And
yeah.
Like, what the hell? Yeah.
He was not happy.
I'm telling you, that's not the right Zelda. You picked the wrong one.
And then James here says, I was playing some old Zelda game long time ago and found an Easter egg that said in 2025 there will be a guy on the internet named Spiro, and that I need to tell him that he sucks.
It's true. It's true. So thank you both, Unforced Ego and James, for the donos. But both of you do suck, and neither one of you could defend Tears of the Kingdom like I did. I think I did a superlative job defending Tears of the Kingdom here. And by the way, James, that story sounds like it was AI generated. So get the hell out of here.
That's
I almost forgot. That was a key.
Just, like, pick the one that nobody really likes, and you're like, I'll defend this one.
That's kind of, I'm not kidding, that when EOD and I talked at DebateCon, that's kind of what I did, because
it's also the latest one. But
well, I mean, okay, but I'll save
it. Okay.
Yeah. I'll save it for when we're done Q&A, and I'll stick to my position until the end. Then I'll reveal the secret. Yeah.
All right. So first question we have from the chat, I see here from Rev Russ for both of you. Which game sticks more faithfully to the established lore, purpose, and rules of the Master Sword and the Triforce, and why?
Would you like to go first, DOD?
You go ahead.
No? Okay. I do believe it's Tears of the Kingdom. Like I said, Tears of the Kingdom is literally the only game that explains the Master Sword in full. It's not a partial explanation. It's every single mechanism of the Master Sword, never before explained in any other game the way it has. Now, you don't see the actual Triforce, although you do see it represented within symbols like drawings on people's clothes and stuff. So it's still there in Tears of the Kingdom. But you do see the representation of the concepts of what the Triforce represents: courage, wisdom, and power. And all of those elements are core components. They're actually the core components to how Link and Zelda progress throughout the game. And in other games where the Triforce didn't physically exist, it's the same thing. Those core components of courage, wisdom, and power are built into the people who drive those components in a kind of like mostly narrative and action-based way. So it's not even that foreign to the franchise as a whole. So I would still make the case that it's Tears of the Kingdom. Yes, Triforce is a triangle symbol thing. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. So
I wasn't sure if that's what it was. I was trying to remember the symbol of it. And I'm like, I think it's like the three triangles.
It is. It's three triangles.
Yep.
Yeah.
But okay, so the Master Sword is best represented in Link to the Past, which was the first game where it freaking appeared. I did not get that during the debate. That's my bad.
Without explanation.
Sure, without explanation. But again, a lot of that was left up to your interpretation. And the one that you cite is the only one that actually bothered to try to explain it. And it just made a bunch of shit up that threw all the canon and everything else out. So again, poor representation of the series.
They did not make anything up. They stuck to how the Master Sword has worked in every other game. Why does the Master Sword lose power? Why does it end up in the...
Why does Link lose his arm? Right? Like that never happened in any other game. Did it? Did that happen in any other game? No, it didn't. It didn't, Spiro.
Why does Link not? Why does Link not take a dump in every? Like, who the hell cares?
Which one did he take a dump in? He didn't take a dump in any of them. Even the one where he ate a whole bunch. He ate all the fucking time in Breath of the Wild.
I did what you described. Okay, I imagined him going off into the woods, taking a dump, and then a bear attacked me. I had to go kill that. Damn it.
Oh shit! Fire.
All right. Next one comes in here from Rev Russ again, and says, which game more effectively portrays the reoccurring cycle of rise, fall, and restoration of a Hyrulean civilization?
Well, I'd say that's undoubtedly LTTP, man, because the world is in a state of dire straits because of the evil monsters coming up out of all over the place, and you have to go and purify all these key locations in order to get rid of the monsters. That's the whole point. That, and then getting rid of Ganon at the end of the game purifies the world at large. So between the two, it's definitely LTTP.
That's a tough question, I think, because the problem with pointing to one single game and saying that's the one that represents it the most is that there's
it's between the two that we presented, right? That's how I was taking the question. But
Okay, that's fair. And all I'm saying is that's a tough one for me to answer because the way I'm looking at it is there one of the two games that best represents it the best? But both games represent a singular cycle of destruction and resurrection. If I had to pick one game that explains it the best, then maybe Tears of the Kingdom because it explains a lot of the historical lore. But I don't think there's one single game that represents that cycle the best. I'm not sure I would be able to pick one because you don't really see like a repetitive cycle like that multiple times over the course of one single game. Maybe I guess Ocarina of Time because of the time travel element a little bit.
Well, it's only one cataclysm when Ganon gets into power, though. In Ocarina of Time, it was one cataclysm, and you're just sort of transferring between before the cataclysm and after.
Yeah. So. Yeah, you're right. I would have to, I'm having a hard time picking like the one that best represents that cycle. I think I could pick the one that best explains that cycle, but that's as best as I could do.
Yeah, well, Bandit in my chat says back in my day we didn't need everything explained to us. It works within this world. That's all we needed. That's right. That's how you do it.
That's great for you conservatives flatter.
Shit fire.
All right. Next question comes in from Bang Bang Lulu. Why are you gay?
No, you are gay. You are gay.
It's because there was a beep every time my mother backed up, and
yeah. Bin Talk comes in. Question for both panelists: was Navi absolutely necessary? Please provide details. Was our hey, listen. Absolutely necessary.
Perks up when they hear that, but that was the most annoying fucking thing in that game. It really was. I feel like and plus forcing a fairy onto Link seems a little bit weird. So I thought that was a little strange. That was a bit of a departure for Ocarina of Time, I think.
You didn't like always hearing?
Hey, listen.
No. I don't think anybody did. Although that theme is continued in Twilight Princess and some other iterations of the game where you have a guide that's constantly with you. But they learned to make it a lot less fucking annoying. So.
Right. Even Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom has the same concept. There's people who follow you along. You even play out their stories a bit more, so they expanded on it. But in that particular game, the way that they implemented it there, I guess if I was going to make a defense for it, I'd use the EOD argument and say it's the first game that brought it to the franchise, and then further games expanded on it. But man, they did it pretty bad. I would rather they have taken it out.
They could have just toned her down a little bit. It would have been fine.
Or toned her down. Yeah.
And then maybe didn't have it as many times.
Right.
Rattle. Yeah.
Next one comes in from Hugh. For both debaters, whoever can most accurately whistle or hum Zelda's lullaby will win this debate for me, as I can't spit the difference.
I can do that.
With both your arguments.
I can do that. Okay. It's about as close as I can get. I can't whistle for shite, though.
I'll try to whistle it. See that? Huh? Yeah, I could speak. You got to put me in one of your music videos.
Let's see how accurate they were.
See, I just did one refrain. You cheated.
I did. I'm okay with that.
But you missed a bunch of notes, so it doesn't count. You lose.
I feel like you both didn't do that higher part. You guys missed it. I think you guys missed it.
Got me.
Shit. That's a good one. Next one comes in from the Broken Bookshelf. Most people played and loved Ocarina of Time. Would that not be the game that best represents it?
Well, again, from my argument, I would say no. I thought about it, but no, because so many of its elements, its core key elements, were actually spawned in LTTP and carried on after that one. And there were other iterations after Ocarina of Time that went back to the top-down format, such as Link's Awakening and some of the other ones on the portable systems. And not Skyward Sword. There was another one on I forget. There was another one about a sword that was another top-down one that came after Ocarina of Time.
Okay.
It was a top-down one? Minish? No.
Yeah. Minish Cap. I think that's what I'm thinking of is Minish Cap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
Is it okay? Yeah, I was going to answer that.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So Ocarina of Time in particular, that argument of which one most people played that would best represent it. For my argument, I was taking the word represents and franchise and putting those two together. So when you're looking at the entire franchise holistically, what's the one game that would best capture as many elements of the entire franchise as possible? And that's why I went with Tears of the Kingdom. I would agree with EOD that Ocarina of Time doesn't really do a good job of that. It pushes the Ganon story forward because I believe it's the first game that actually revealed that Ganon comes from Gerudo at all, period. But beyond that, you have a lot of the same stuff that essentially came from Link to the Past. The reason why Ocarina of Time stands out more is because of the technological leap.
Right. It was the first 3D game.
Push boundaries. Right. And so they introduced mechanisms, much like Link to the Past did for 2D. It introduced mechanisms for 3D, and then you're like, oh, this is Zelda in 3D. I get it now. But I don't think it's the one that best represents the franchise.
Well, another thing about LTDP that's consistent between it and Ocarina of Time was the ocarina itself. When you get a flute in LTTP, it's actually an ocarina. So that was like foreshadowing. But
yeah,
I don't know if it was a translation thing or why they called it a flute.
Adam, the Lifted King, sends in 5 just to support the show. I like it.
That's one of my mods, the one who walks through fire. What's up, Fire?
$2 comes in to say, now hum the intro song of Wind Waker, both of you.
Oh shit! I don't remember that one either. I'm sorry.
I played that game once, maybe.
Suck. Both fell for
that. Sorry, Adam, for your $2. Maybe $400. I'll magically remember it.
Well, find the song for us and play a little bit of it, and we'll try to hum it.
That's it.
Yep, I think it is. That's why he said that. It's because there's no way either of us is going to hum that.
Oh, that's not it?
Oh.
It says Legend of Zelda, the Wind Waker intro opening.
He's saying it's the prologue intro song.
Yeah.
History of Hyrule.
Oh.
For $2, we better get this right. I mean,
History of Hyrule.
Right, Adam? For $2, we're gonna jump through hoops for you now. You're basically vibe streaming the stream right now, Adam. For $2, just say. I'm just trying to grift on behalf of Speak here.
This?
Yeah, I think that's what he means.
So, Adam, you're welcome, Speak. Get $5. You're welcome. I don't think I've ever heard this song.
I have. I actually have a poster of this whole lore dump on my wall in there.
He spreads darkness across the kingdom.
He's talking about Ganon.
Telling the story right here.
Yeah.
Is this for like Game Boy or something?
No, this was on GameCube. They used a very cartoonish. They used a cartoonish art style for it.
That makes sense.
Which is one reason it was criticized. It wasn't received very well. But.
Yeah. I don't know how to hum that.
Yeah, how
I don't know. I just I'm boo 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 boo.
Comes in with another 5. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. We got Zero Smoke said, what do you guys think about Wind Waker being a great representative for the franchise?
I think you're eating what the Gorons were eating in Tears of the Kingdom, and you're completely deluding yourself if you think that's even partially true.
I think it's a better representative than Tears of the Kingdom. I think there are more consistencies with previous iterations than there are in Tears of the Kingdom.
All right. James says, which is more of a feminist, Link or Zelda?
Zelda, definitely. Link is the agent of the patriarchy. Yeah, Link is the agent of the patriarchy. So come on.
Yeah, it's got to be Zelda. I think, and in particular, you see that Zelda works with other women, like that's like a historical consistent theme. Not every game, but in most games, she's like working with other women as like a harem of women put together, trying to defeat Ganon. It's like, yeah, if someone's going to be a feminist, it's probably Zelda. Although, hang on, wait, I just realized you could make a case for the women of Gerudo. They might
being feminist
to be a stronger case.
Yeah, for being feminist for sure. They're definitely some of the most. They're more formidable enemies than most of them that you encounter too.
Alice the Greek says in 20 says, I just wanted to finish off strong. Spiro's voice is higher than mine. I have my own axe that I use regularly, and I bought Spiro a Master Sword replica that he cries against every night. Spiro's really smart sometimes. Might drop. Let's go.
Oh shit.
Let me take a moment here. I guess it's time to reveal some family drama. So you're going to hear it first on this debate at Speakeazy's channel, but I'm sorry to say it, Alice, but you were adopted. We picked you up on the side.
Shit. Thank you, Alice, for the $20 super chat.
Your sister loves you, Spiro. Don't be mean to her.
She does. I love her to death, man. She's great. She's funny as hell.
Right there.
Oh shit, man.
We got a couple more here. Just coming in last minute. Out of all games, which has the best boss?
I like the fire dragon and the fire temple of Ocarina of Time. That was really fucking cool. I just remember how I remember seeing that fucking boss. I was like, no way, that is so cool.
Yeah,
it was kind of a sucky fight, but
that was really good. Okay, now my heart's fully in this one. Despite what I might say later about my actual position, I do think that the very, very ending of Tears of the Kingdom, where you finally defeat Ganon, was one of the most, satisfying boss endings to Ganon ever, period. I think it was the best ending. But how you get there, you can make arguments about like it sucked how you got there, or whatever, it doesn't matter, or you liked it. But that ending in particular was epic.
I know. Okay, I gotta be right back. I gotta let my dog out, so be right back.
Okay. If you leave, you concede the entire argument.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
We only got a couple more here anyways. No worries. You can let your dog out.
All right. I'll be right back.
This one here says, who's the best Link and Zelda across all games?
So if we take them separately, the best Link, I'm probably going to have to say the best Link, probably Link to the Past. Because he's so simplistic and straightforward that it's just like, there's Link. It's just Link. Ocarina of Time, even with the child Link, I don't know. I didn't, something felt a little bit off about that. The best Zelda, this is going to sound weird, but I think like Zelda 1, like the original Zelda Princess, just again, because it's straightforward and there's not a lot of like, confusion around why she's there and what she's doing and whatever. It's just you got to go save her and that's it. As Zelda does a lot of prattling and Link to the Past, I didn't particularly enjoy that.
Makes sense. They added more of the like cut scenes and stuff, right?
Yeah. So whereas Link doesn't really talk that like at all. Like I think there might be one game where he says like a word.
I remember him talking in the first game. That's the one I played, right? The one on Nintendo.
Yeah, it might be the first. Yeah, but he doesn't talk. He's just like, I'm just here to do what I got to do, man. That's it. It's like, perfect. That's great. That's how I want you to be. right? And that's great, because then that lack of communication, I think, actually adds to the immersion of you feeling like you're Link, because he's not saying things that you don't agree with, because he's saying nothing, which I wish EOD would have done this entire debate.
Nice. I like it. I like it. Next one comes in from Sniper Ice Shadow. Says, I don't want to be that guy, Spiro, but EOD won.
Look, I think I made a stronger, holistic, overarching case. Okay, I think I did my job well. If you want to vote for a crappier version of a representation of a franchise, you can spend your $20 to do that. But it's not your $20. It's not my $20. It's yours. So whatever.
That's fair. That's fair. And then this one here, it says for both panelists, so we'll let EOD when he answer when he gets back
Sure.
to. For both panelists, ascribe the character that best fits your debate opponent and their personality, then tell us why. Any character from any Link game. Wait, so there's Link games that aren't Zelda?
I don't think that's true. I think they're all Zelda games.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't think of one that's not Zelda. At least I'm not aware of one.
Just because he called it Link game, so I was thinking maybe there is other spin-off.
Yeah, well, I guess he's just saying it as like a
Because like Super
reference.
Smash Bros has Link in it, so
Yeah,
yeah.
it does, right? And again, I think, look, it's not really as okay. I'm not going to get into that, but Super Smash Bros does a really good job of bringing like the idea of a lot of these characters, and the worlds, and making you kind of feel like like I feel like I'm there. And there's something to be said about that argument. Like, why does Super Smash Bros kind of get that aesthetic right? Why does it feel
Yeah,
like
they
you're
do it
like
good.
you're playing with Link, etc. Right?
Yeah, they do it good.
Um,
EOD's dog's gonna join us too. Oh,
I can
never mind.
start with who I think but I kind of want EOD to hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be more fun if he hears it. I get it.
Now, Gamina, who's on my chat, on my YouTube chat, he's an old friend of mine. He's known me since like we were kids. He was my secret weapon in this debate, because he doesn't debate. But when I need to talk about anything video games, I go to that guy. That guy's my guy for anything video games. You want to have a good opinion on video games, you talk to him. So I did a little bit of debate prep with him, and he's already beat me to the punch as to who I think EOD is. So when EOD is ready, Gamna and I are in agreement. I'm not kidding. I had it prepared in my notes. I was going to make a joke about EOD.
All right, EOD, this question here from Bin Talk is for both panelists. Ascribe the character that best fits your debate opponent and their personality, then tell us why. Any character from any Link game.
I'm ready to go, EOD. I had this one prepped beforehand because I had a few jokes ready. You ready, EOD?
All right, go for it.
You're like Tingle, because you're a map obsessed man in weird colors with your hair. Especially.
How am I a map obsessed man?
Take seriously. You're just a fan inside of a video game because you don't even exist.
Okay, you are that one guy who's standing up on the ledge with the chickens in Tears of the what was it? Twilight Princess. Okay, and he's got like this crazy weird hairdo, and he wants money, so you can grab a chicken and ride it down to a target. And
capitalism, baby.
That's right. Yeah, and so all you're trying to do is look at these key elements and say, oh, that's a Zelda game. If it's got Ganon, then it's a Zelda game. If it's got Zelda, then it's a Zelda game, right? So that's you. That's you. And yeah.
I like it.
Well, unfortunately for you, EOD, I did visit your mom last night. Exactly what a great fairy. She gave me an upgrade. While you're stuck at base.
Well, that's another thing that fucking Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom did fucking weird, is they turned the fairies into like these weird drag queens. Like, what the fuck's up with that? The fairies supposed to be, I don't know, they were kind of weird drag queens in Ocarina of Time. Yeah. They were kind of drag queens in there. No, it's not.
Look weird there too.
They were just balls of light in
my last
Twilight
joke
Princess
that I had prepared. EOD, I think you should play the full Tears of the Kingdom. I think you'd really love the Dark World because it's representative of your social life, lonely, barren, and lacking reflection or light of any kind.
Well, that's very kind of you.
And then Wagira, last super chat, Wagira comes in for $5. The best representation of Zelda was the limited edition Nintendo cereal, which I ate and it was stale.
Must have sat on the shelf too long.
Yeah.
That's good. Well, listen, that is gonna wrap up the Q&A portion. So we have time to do like an hour after panel. Are you both good to stay
down.
for hour after panel?
Yeah, I can stay for a little while. I do have to get up early in the morning though. I might have to cut out around 11:30. Which I guess
11:30 is when I gotta stop anyways, because we got another debate at midnight. So
okay.
Perfect for me. Perfect.
yeah, works out perfect. So we're gonna wrap up here the Q&A. Again, big shout out to everyone who sent in super chats and questions. Your support, big help with helping me keep this coming for you guys. Okay. Big respect to both our debaters for stepping in. We got a last one here, quick. Alice 3000. Spiro is the grave keeper. Ocarina of Time. Here's a lot of gross and passes it off as his own when he's never left the graveyard.
I mean, like, if you're gonna roast me, at least like say something that's out of the realm of like not being true a little bit with me. That's just perfectly true. Do it all the time.
Shit. But yeah, it's big shout out to both the debaters again stepping into the arena. Whether you agreed or disagreed, takes real courage to come up here, put your ideas to the test, all right, even if they are about the best video game. Okay. We're gonna roll the debate outro. Runs for about 3 minutes, gives everyone time to go use the washroom, fill your drink, whatever, right?
Oh, my bad.
During the outro, I'll drop the link to join the panel into the chat. So anyone who wants to come up, share your take, whatever. Heads up again, if you're gonna come up to try and troll, spurg over everyone, do stupid shit, you're just gonna get muted and then you're gonna get booted. So don't do none of that shit. Okay, just quit that before you're ahead. Okay, and if you are enjoying what you have seen here tonight, make sure you subscribe to the Speakeazy channel so you don't miss more debates just like this one every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. All right. And stick around once the outro goes down. All right. That's when the chaos begins.
What about the poll to see who won the debate?
Oh, yes. And
Did we do that?
That's right. I'm going to drop a poll into the chat as well. That's right. Don't want to forget that. Let me do that right now. I'm going to drop
while you're doing that, I'll just say a quick thank you. I just want to add to what Speak is saying. Thank you, EOD. That was a hell of a lot of fun.
It was, man.
I really enjoyed it. It was a great night.
I did too.
I hope everybody got some entertainment out of it. And one more time, again, thank you to Speak for hosting. Hopefully it was not too bad. He didn't have to step in again. I know those are his favorite debates. He doesn't have to step in. He's got two nerds here. Yeah, I had a great time. So just thank you both. It was great.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. It was a good debate.
Yes, it was. It was a really good one. I enjoyed it. And I got to, you guys have made me actually want to go play the other Zeldas now. But yeah, I'm going to roll the outro chat. The poll is in the chat now. So vote for who you think won the debate. And we will see you all in about 3 minutes.
Don't vote for him. He's a filthy Canuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Now it's going to be all screwy on me again. Okay, hold on. I'll just mute that. Oh, shit fire. That was a good time, though. The pub is kicking me out. Bye forever. Love you long time. Shouldn't the game really be called Adventures of Link over Zelda? I mean, yeah, but it's always been called Zelda. Again, it's about tradition, like I've been saying. So. No, I don't want it, dog. Go on. I don't want it. Go on. He keeps trying to give me his ball. Smoky Spaceman says, my main gripe with LTTP is that it's a prequel and broke the timeline, and because it introduced new things, it breaks a sequence of lore. There's never been a sequence of lore. Give me a break. That's part of the series, is that the lore is, rather ambiguous. That's another thing I've been trying to get at. At least some of it has been left up to imagination. And, like Link being named Link is because you're supposed to relate to Link as the protagonist. But there is not a sequence of lore. You're silly. If there was a sequence of lore, then what is it? You wouldn't start as a child in Ocarina of Time, right? I think it's one of those things people just try to shoehorn into the lore that doesn't really fit very well, because it was never intended to be that holistic,
Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision.
Time travel, bro.
We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision.
Damn it! I don't know why
Swords of reason.
it only does this during the damn videos, and I'm not sure if that's on Speakeazy's end or mine. But that is annoying.
We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly. Let the echo scream. This is no debate. It's a metal dream. We clash our
Sniper says it was mine. I don't know why. That must just be something with StreamYard. Because, yeah, when it glitches out like that, all of this is still running smooth. So, the ticker tape at the bottom continues to run smooth. But well, I don't really agree with that, Smoke a Spaceman. He says if you play them in order of the timeline, there's a distinct sequence of lore. I don't think there is. There's a lot of gaps and breaks that you really have to twist your pretzel brain into some weird shapes in order to fucking make sense of it. Like I said, I think this is something people try to project onto the series. It was never really intended to be sequential in any meaningful way. Well, then what happened in the first game? He says LTTP is the first game in the sequence of the defeated hero where Ganon took the Triforce and
Let's go.
where Ganon took the Triforce and corrupted the world. But
Nope.
yes, I do. He's cool. He's with me.
Okay.
He's one of my mods.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Hi, Yodi.
Hey, how you doing?
What up?
What's up, Wally? Good to see you, man.
Not much.
Yeah, I seen Wally and Millie were up here first. What do you guys think?
I think by all the qualifiers Spiro was listing off for why he thinks the Switch games were the best. In fact, he's wrong. He's defeated himself. He's actually made the case of why Elden Ring is the best Zelda game.
Right? Or fucking Skyrim. Skyrim meets Elden Ring, man. That's what it is.
Okay, so should I spill the beans now? Now that it's like over, I'll spill the beans on what happened behind the scenes. So the prompt doesn't leave linearity. Let's say it's open world. It's Breath of the Wild for the prompt. Like where you can pick a game. So the problem is who's on the affirmative, who's on the negative, right? So EOD and I talked, and we both agree Link to the Past is the one. Like if I had to pick one, it would be Link to the Past, and so does he, obviously. But we can't both pick it right? So
Yeah.
I've played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and I did enjoy them more than he did. So I made the decision that I was going to try and defend those as the best ones, even though my heart wasn't fully in them. I don't think that they're, well, I think perhaps even EOD and I agree on how good those games are. It's just that for the sake of like, the entertainment and the argument and whatnot, I had to pick one, right? And it was one I know very well, played it very like all the way through, etc. And so I just went with it. But it was an uphill battle, and I knew that going in. And I told EOD, I'm like, it's kind of like having home turf advantage on this. So anyways, that's the secret behind that.
Yeah, I mean, I did not actually play Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild. I had to watch a lot of people talk about it because I don't have a Switch, and I couldn't emulate it for one reason or another. But I would have, but I didn't.
So it makes perfect sense in that game world why Ganon easily stomped everyone into the dirt and took over. Because when you see how the weapon durability works, apparently all the weapons in that game were held together by cobwebs, masking tape, and wishes that they don't break.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you had to be MacGyver in that game. It was basically MacGyver in video game form.
No, that's
really what it
actually
was.
bad game design on display, Spiro, because it showed how a bunch of people in Nintendo looked at the weapon durability in Dark Souls, had no idea what made it good and challenging and made it work, but threw it in there because fuck it, a hard game's got weapon durability.
That was the biggest complaint I saw about Breath of the Wild was the fact that every 3 hits the damn thing breaks. It's worthless.
So they made it better from Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom. They did, and you.
Yeah, but it's still not a Zelda mechanic.
Wally, all right, I'm gonna go back to defending this. Okay, there is an argument to be made that the reason why the durability was so bad was only because of Link. And that's not to say that Link had some kind of like magical like durability detraction thing. But what was happening was that the kinds of things that people were combating were not the same things that Link was combating. And so the durability was more pronounced with Link than it was for everyone else.
Don't the flashbacks in that game show the same thing? Those crawling chaos magic powered spider robots
and just yeah
over the hills. Just
do you see any weapons breaking there?
You barely see anything trying to fight back. I think their weapons broke when they looked at them.
That's not proof though, because you don't see it, right? So it could just as easily have been the case that 100 or 10,000 years ago, depending on which memory you're looking at, weapons were made differently.
You see, that's just a lot of jumping around.
I'm just defending. Okay, I'm just defending.
I have one question.
What's that?
Spiro, what's the instrument called?
Which instrument?
What's the musical instrument called?
Instrument. It's got one of the most notable games in the franchise.
Nobody say it. What's the musical instrument called, Spiro?
Isn't there like a harp that someone played in Ocarina?
Nope. It's a flute-looking thing. What's it called?
Flute-looking thing. Oh, isn't it Ocarina? No, it's not Ocarina. Wait. I think I got this.
That might be the most Canadian word.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Wait, I think I got it. Ocarina syrup.
There it is. You got it. That's it.
That new mutated mystery I keep hearing about.
Oh shit.
You know, EOD, like, as one of your longest standing mods, I'm really upset you didn't consult me as a very as someone who's also multicultured in Canadian culture, as I've been up to Toronto and fucking come back an international beer league hockey champion. So I'm better than the Canadians at their own fucking sport that they haven't won the Stanley Cup in 30 years. 32, excuse me.
Oh shit.
American teams and there's Canadians.
I do. Most of the good talent ends up going to the NHL anyway. That's why Canada's teams suck. What was I gonna say? You're right, race car. I should have talked to you about the Canada stuff. I definitely should have.
required. You know,
I
and
have
that
not
was gonna
received
be...
them. I don't have
Wait.
the list of donkeys.
Yes, you did, because Emmett has them. He gave them to you. I was in that panel.
Are we
Hold on.
talking
Oh,
about
okay, right. I
Yes.
received
Yes.
that from AI. That doesn't count.
Save the donkeys was one of my favorite things.
That was...
ever.
that was one of the
so good.
best
That was a good one.
debate
That was a good
conversations,
one.
Let me
sure.
ask you guys something based on the Zelda topic here, because Bruce did say this in the questionnaire. We didn't get to it, but kind of brings up a questionable point. Like, why didn't either of those get gold editions if they were like, the top dogs?
You
I
can't
think.
beat what's already gold.
Well, that's true.
I think what they did with Breath of the Wild was a bit before Tears of the Kingdom came out. I think they made another edition of it that included the DLC. But that was about it. But Nintendo hasn't really believed in value for about a couple decades now.
Yeah, Nintendo
That's
just
fair.
kind of sticks to what they are, and they just keep
Yeah,
going.
like the idea that games like Breath of the Wild became greatest hits that were now suddenly $20 games for like late buyers of the system, those days are fucking over.
That's bullshit. Yeah. When it comes to LTDP, I guess it was too early in the fucking series. The only game up to that point that had a golden cartridge was the original. But
Yeah.
they did do that for Ocarina of Time. They did do that for Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
It started going downhill when they started making the expansion packs for the N64.
You mean the memory expansion pack?
You know, I never bought the expansion pack for the N64, and
I
let me
did.
tell you why. Because, like, me being a kid who was, like, very nerdy and very careful with all of, like, my expensive stuff that I did have, to put the expansion pack in the N64, you had to rip something out of the N64 with a big obnoxious sticker on it that said "Do not remove."
Right.
But dude, you
I remember that.
Perfect Dark then.
Yeah. Or Rogue Squadron.
Perfect Dark on the N64. No.
Oh, Perfect Dark was a fun game. Yeah.
It was awesome, man.
Shit, man.
That was like
when you could make a bunch of NPCs run around, and then you and your buddy were in it too, so you could like team up and kill everyone else.
it was like the next level of GoldenEye, man. Yeah, it was awesome.
I played the shit out of GoldenEye, and
Yeah.
at the time, I think I was playing a lot of like RPGs at the time, so I was kind of over GoldenEye shooters at the time.
See,
I know all you D-gens up here did play Conker's Bad Fur Day.
Oh hell yeah, that was a great game, dude. I fucking loved that game. The fucking shit tower, the shit mountain, that was awesome.
Really? Oh fuck, you're lucky.
Not even one.
You know what it is by the time it had finally came out, I didn't give a shit.
Oh, it's a great game, dude.
I was lucky, and my mom didn't know what it was.
Right.
Not lucky.
That's one you can definitely go back to as an adult, and you'll probably appreciate it a lot more. There's a lot of.
The ending with the Matrix theme, where you're like jumping on the walls and fucking.
Oh yeah.
You're like a little fucking. What is he? A squirrel or?
Yeah, he's a squirrel.
But the whole game's.
He's a drunk fucking squirrel.
You have to help at one point. You have to help this bee pollinate a fucking sunflower, and it's really you have to help the bee fuck the sunflower.
Well, the sunflower has a giant pair of tits. Yeah.
That sounds like the new generation's version of Earthworm.
Conker's Bad Fur Day. It's called.
Yeah.
Jim, the Earthworm, whatever the hell it was.
Earthworm Jim. Yeah, that was a great one too.
What's it called? Banned for a little bit because of how bad it was.
Yeah.
It definitely had an M rating. Yeah, from the start.
I also think at the time that Conker finally came out, the other reason I didn't give a shit is because it didn't feel like taboo to me, because I used to just watch South Park with my dad and he didn't give a shit.
Right.
So it didn't feel like I was.
You're seeing all the same. You're seeing even more in South Park than in Conkers. Yeah.
Yeah, it was the same exact humor, and it's like I could just watch South Park.
Right.
At that point.
How about Banjo and Kazooie? Did you guys play that
Oh
one?
yeah, that's yeah.
I really liked that game. That game was like I like games that involve the like puzzles you have to solve to advance. I think that's why I liked the N64 Zelda.
You
'Cause you
know,
had to like figure shit out to go
Yeah,
further.
at
that
the
could be good
time,
for. Oh, go ahead, Molly. Go
at
ahead.
the time that the N64 came out, when I had gotten it for that Christmas, I actually didn't even want Mario 64. I didn't care if the system came bundled with it or not. I wanted Shadows of the Empire.
Oh yeah. Right. See this right here, I think would be good for another topic debate. Which game represents a like pick a console? Like which game best represents the N64 console? Or you could do the same thing with like
Yeah, like
Final
which game
Fantasy.
was best, or like was like the best? Everyone would have got the console even just to play that game.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Well,
What
game
made that console that console? Like which game
Yeah.
made that, that kind of that'd be a good debate too.
I think
question.
GameCube would be easy. That's just flat out Smash Melee sold that system.
Here's a question.
Yeah, those Smash Bro games were fun as fuck, man. Nobody like I always loved them. They were fun as everyone that came out. They even have ones now that like I see one on the PlayStation that I played a little bit of. It's oh, fuck, now what is it called? It's the like Tom and Jerry, Bugs Bunny, all
Oh
those.
yeah.
Versus the
Yeah,
game.
yeah,
Multiverse,
yeah, yeah. So it's basically Smash Bro with Looney Tunes.
Warner
and shit.
Brothers character.
Yeah, and there's like
Warner had
Scooby
the
Doo
rights
on
to.
there and shit. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I had fun with it, but
It's
Speakeazy, I
funny
got a
because you
question
could
for you.
actually have
yeah, what's
Jason
that?
versus Scooby Doo in that game.
Hardest game in Sega Genesis,
Oh,
and there was a lot of them.
yeah. Sega was one of those
Toe Jam and Earl.
systems that were like still like the arcade games.
Uh-huh.
You know what I
I'm gonna
mean?
say Lion King, straight up.
Was
Lion
Golden
King
Axe
was
on there?
hard,
Lion
bro.
King was-
Lion King was
Lion King was
hard.
a bitch.
Yeah.
Dude, people, you would think,
Toy
because
Story
it's
was
like a
probably even
kid's
worse.
Disney movie, you'd think that game was easy. No,
Yeah,
that game
you
was
think it would
hard.
be good for the kids, then you're a kid, and then you like give up after
Yeah,
the second stage.
Echo the Dolphin, JS says. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that's the other
Yeah.
probably the other hardest game on the Genesis, at least as far as exclusives. Yeah.
So here, I got a question. Spiro, did you ever play Devil May Cry?
Oh man,
No.
Ooh. EOD, did you ever play Devil May Cry?
he's in shock. He can't even speak.
I'm sorry. I'm fucking muted. What was I gonna say is I did. I bought it not long after it came out for the PS2, and then we beat it the night I bought it. Like within 7 hours, we just played that game fucking straight through. It was awesome. I loved it.
Which was
Yeah,
the
I
best
beat
one?
that in like 2 days too.
So
The best Devil May
here's
Cry.
here was the question I was going to ask, okay? For all of you who know, if you don't, that's fine. Which Devil May Cry was better, the real Devil May Cry or DCM?
DMC. Man, I enjoy DMC too, but it had a lot of weird propaganda and shit in it that really kind of ruined it. But it was an interesting game. It was really well presented, and some of the ways they did the interdimensional shit was crazy cool. But yeah, it does have the propaganda, so it definitely gets a minus for that.
Sega game where you were going through a comic book.
Comic
I-
Zone.
Comic Zone. There you go. There you go. That's it. That game was hard. That's one of the games I was trying to think of. Like, I gave up on that game so fast. I was like, "Fuck this game."
Man, I
That's-
remember
that's-
Final Fantasy 7 as a kid, and that shit kicked my ass
You
for
know
whatever
what?
reason.
That's what I did with Echo the Dolphin, dude. I played that for about 30 seconds. I'm like, fuck this. This is gay.
It's one of those games you're like, "Why? Why is this so hard?"
One of the best Genesis games, hands down. Gunstar Heroes.
Mm.
Yeah, that was a great game. I thought that one was pretty challenging too. That's got some hard shit in it, man.
Yeah, I was gonna
Weird.
say that's the one you're like in the. It's like a mechanic thing. Or am I
Yeah, it's
thinking of a
kind of
different
like it's kind of like
Oh, what the hell?
Contra, but it's not one. There's no like one hit deaths and shit in that one.
Oh, Contra. Yeah, that's the
similar
other
to
fucking
Contra.
stupid game.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
game's stupid,
Yeah.
bro.
That game's awesome. I love Contra. What are you talking about?
I hated that shit.
Contra was great, man.
Really good. Contra.
That's
Hardcore
like
at
the what's the
intervals.
game Dark Souls everybody complains about now. That's like
Right.
the Sega's Dark Souls. You know what I'm saying? That's what that
Right.
is.
The two
It's so hard, dude. It's a hard one.
I guess because Sega had a history
The
of doing
Castlevania
actual
game on Genesis
arcades.
is hard too.
Yeah,
And
Sega was like actual arcade mode
actual
all the time.
arcades. And so when
The
you go to an
Chameleon
arcade,
Kid, remember
yeah,
Chameleon Kid?
yeah, that's right, that's right. So when you go to an arcade back in the 80s and 90s, you're gonna play these like very difficult games. That was part of the fun, right? And then they port them over to the Genesis, so you kind of get arcade games in consoles, and so then you get stuff like Contra and whatnot. It kind of makes sense.
That you think about it now though, the harder games is what keeps you playing.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what you want out of a game, right?
Ah, bro. I wanted to play a game I could at least go fucking 30 seconds
Yeah.
without dying.
This is one of the things that separates like Dark Souls fans from Zelda fans, okay, is like the breach of difficulty. In Zelda, it's really more about storytelling and exploring the world. It's not about trying to challenge your skill as a gamer for the most part. In Dark Souls, it's the exact opposite. Like the world couldn't matter less to those guys. They're more interested in the next big ass fucking boss fight. So
I disagree, EOD. Have you seen how long Dark Souls lore videos are that will talk about entire like sections of level design?
I mean, I agree that there's definitely some lore there to be uncovered if you want, but I think what attracts people to the series, I guess is what I'm talking about, is really more the challenge with Dark Souls and Souls-like games, and then with Zelda, it's more about exploring the story, right?
Is when all the other games bore you and you're like, I need something that's challenging.
That's
Right.
Well, there's the challenge, and then there's the fact that, like, as you're picking up the items and the weapons, and you're reading through shit, and you're figuring out how to make events happen in the game, and it's kind of making you think like you're on your own, like, lone hero adventure. And
Yeah,
then in
there's
your
some.
head, you're kind of figuring, like, putting the pieces together of, like, the story, because really, it's a realistic situation that you could go on some long hero's journey and you don't know the story of every place you're coming upon.
Yeah,
That's true.
there's definitely a difference between why people keep replaying any Zelda game. You could pick any one that keeps getting replayed for any reason, and why people replay a game like Dark Souls. There's overlap, but there's definitely also a difference. I don't think most people go back to Zelda because it's challenging.
Yeah.
Not in the same way that Dark Souls is. It's
Yeah.
challenging for a different reason, perhaps. Maybe puzzle solving. That might be. Like
Yeah, the
speed
thing is,
processing,
like, you could play through Zelda, then when you play through it again, it's gonna be easier, and like you're gonna
Right.
be able to like figure things out to do it in a better way. With like Dark Souls, it's hard every time, no matter fucking what, right? Like you
Right.
know exactly what's gonna happen, you know exactly how to fight the boss, and it's still gonna be fucking hard to fight the boss. You know what I mean?
Well, there's other ways you can challenge yourself, and you can do that in both games. Like in Zelda, you can do runs just like Metroid, where you like kind of strip down like the extras that you collect and kind of purposely give yourself less of an advantage over the enemies. Like I've played every Souls game. I know them all basically inside and out, but then I could still do a run where it's like, hey, I don't normally play this with these kind of weapon styles or use these magics. I'm going to do a run where I do that shit. And
Right.
see how well I do.
That's kind of what I've been doing with Skyrim for a long time too. Yeah. Go ahead, Fury.
To me, the reason people go back to the old Zeldas is the same reason people go back to the old Resident Evils, and it's not nostalgia. It's the challenge that came with thinking, right? Just like with Dark Souls. It's the thinking, how you have to figure out the puzzle, how you have to figure out the boss, what you're looking for in their cues, so on and so forth. It challenges us to actually use our brain in a way we enjoy.
Yeah, the camera angles, man. Those are the best in those old Resident Evil games.
Yes.
That's definitely the challenge.
Did anybody here play Battletoads?
Oh yeah, man. Battletoads was a tough game too. That was one of the hardest games on fucking Genesis and NES, man.
A Connor Mario guy.
That's a hard game, Battletoads.
For sure. What was I gonna say? What happened with that?
$10 comes in from Maryland. Thank you, Maryland. Comes in with the crowd.
You know what's really difficult?
God herself has granted us her presence.
God herself has graced us with some crowns.
I think I find it particularly difficult to play a game like Dark Souls or Zelda or even like Earthworm Jim or Super Mario when I've got all these frequencies in my head just like telling me things. It's difficult, right, Mario?
That makes
Oh man,
sense.
she was talking to fucking Avarice and JS Urban Adventures the other day. It didn't sound like it was going very well.
Oh, that was crazy. That was it. I was listening in the chat like, holy.
Yeah. What? What was I gonna say is what happened with.
I just kind of sit. I remember I kept like putting off having to do errands that day.
What was I gonna say? What happened with that poll? We had a poll. What happened with it?
Oh yeah, so the poll. Let me see how many votes we got so far.
I
It's
lost.
been up for 26 minutes, 47 votes, and 60% said the winner is EOD.
Ooh, I didn't lose by that much. I thought
Damn! Damn! You got blown the fuck out, Canada. What do you think now?
Yeah.
Shit.
Vote now, average.
Fucking- I'm just fucking with you.
AI bots that showed up to vote for EOD.
That's what it is. It's all your anti-AI rhetoric, Spiro. All the AI bots are voting for me.
You watch out for my donkey, ZOD. Once I
Oh.
Those are the only ones that
Rowdy in the
voted for
chat
Spiro.
says remaster Paperboy.
Oh. Paperboy was a tough fucking game.
Nintendo was awesome.
They tried that once before. It didn't work.
My favorite normal Nintendo game, the one I used to play all the time, was Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, that was a tough fucking game. That was a tough game.
Now it's Ninja Gaiden.
Oh, sorry.
It is Gaiden. Yeah, that's true.
Call it Gaiden, even
Yeah,
if it's not.
Ninja
'Cause
Gaiden
Gaiden
Black.
doesn't sound good
That's
anyway. So
No, we'll call that proper name Gaiden. It's okay.
it probably
The funny
is.
thing is like
But
I've
that game,
never
that
actually
game was
finished
sick, man.
the First one. I've never actually finished the first one, but I have beaten 2 and 3, which is weird.
I don't
'cause
even
they're
remember
both
if I ever ended up beating them, to be honest. I just remember I
Yeah.
used to love playing them so much.
The hardest game I can recall playing in the past, it was a ripoff of Indiana Jones. It was like Indiana Jones, the Timu edition, right? But it came with every old
Why do I
school
feel like I
Windows
remember
95 piece or 90, 95 or 98. It was 95 or 98 PC. And that thing was hard as hell. But it
There-
was
like
fun.
Pitfall something.
A Pitfall. That's what I was thinking. It was Pitfall.
And all that, yeah.
That's Pitfall. Yeah, that was an Atari game.
Oh, Pitfall. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
Pitfall.
of the
Wasn't that like
absolute-
one of the first like console games?
Yeah, that was one of the first Atari games for the 2600, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, Pitfall. You're right. That is a good one too.
One of the
I used
hardest
PC
NES
reference because I
games,
figured
though.
not everybody's as old as my ass was trying.
Yeah.
One of the hardest NES games, though, by far, was the third Castlevania game.
Castlevania.
Castlevania games were hard. Yeah.
But what made Dracula's Curse especially hard was that about halfway through the game, you start doing less damage, and the enemies take more hits.
Nice. That sounds backwards.
Castlevania, where it like turned into Castlevania / Pokemon.
No, I don't remember that.
I don't
No.
remember which one it was called, but you had to capture demon or fairy souls, and then you'd turn them into allies to fight with you.
Yeah,
Or you
it
could
was
turn-
Oh, shit.
like the DS games. Those are
Yeah,
in
that
like
was
the
later on.
DS era.
No, it wasn't.
That
on
was in
DS.
the weak
I had it
ass
on,
era.
I had it on PlayStation. I can't remember if it was PlayStation 2 or 3, but I had it on PlayStation.
It was
not
okay,
DS.
so that could also be I know exactly the one, and I always remember it because the
Alucard,
villain
I
in the
think, was
games.
the character's name.
Something like that.
Wait, what was the character's name?
I think it was Alucard. He had the silver bluish hair.
That wouldn't make sense because that was Symphony of the Night, and there wasn't a Pokemon mechanic in that one. I was thinking if it was PS2, it would have been Lament of Innocence.
Maybe. I don't remember the name. I'm not gonna lie.
I
to you,
remember
but
that. I remember the PS2 game because the villain's name is Walter.
I wish I could search while I'm up here, but if I close this on my phone, it closes the app.
Yeah, that's the because the PS2 one. That's the one where you play Leon Belmont, like Simon.
Interesting.
No, it wasn't Leon. It wasn't Leon. I know it wasn't Leon.
Leon, help. Sorry, I had to.
There must have been some weird
I've never been much of a Castlevania game.
tonight. I don't remember if it was some shit Alucard did.
It was
Sounds a
very
lot like
remi-
Maryland's frequencies over there, man.
He's been eating mushrooms.
If you guys
Yeah.
ever remember Dragon Warrior, the fighting system was very reminiscent of that.
Mm.
I don't know what game you're talking about.
I'm trying to
telling you,
figure out another
Castlevania.
game that I liked and I can't remember
Sweetheart,
it.
can I borrow your phone to search something?
What was the game where you were like there was these two cave dudes? It was like you were these cavemen.
Joe and Mac.
Joe
Oh,
and Mac?
Joe
Is
and
that what
Mac.
it was called?
Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
That was one of the games that got featured on that Nick Arcade game show on Nickelodeon.
Right.
Yeah, I remember I liked that game. That game was fun.
You know, one of my favorites from Genesis was Decap Attack. You ever done that one? You're like you're a body who's like wrapped up and mummified, and then you have a skull that's detached from your head, and you throw your skull at enemies in order to kill them. And it's very like Halloween kind of centric kind of game, but it was really fun.
Cap attack.
That was a great one.
Why does it sound familiar though?
I loved the sound effects. But
Oh, your body's like a little mummy thing?
yeah,
Yeah.
Decap Attack. It was fucking great. I can't believe you guys don't know Decap Attack.
I mean, just because it's me, I have to mention, guys. Come on, Splatterhouse.
Of course.
Splatterhouse. That was another one that was hard, wasn't it? I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, developed for Japanese arcades. Yeah. Yeah, see, a lot of the games that are more difficult back in the day came from the arcades. That was the
Sure.
point.
And
You want to go out with your friends and play like a challenging
Yeah, and
arcade
they don't want
game,
you to
like-
beat the game at the arcade.
right, they want you to keep feeding it money. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like in some games, I think Golden Axe, for example, they had to essentially just port the arcade game software and remove the elements of putting in coins. So they just adjusted the software a bit and then ran it on the Genesis. But it all essentially came from arcade games, right? It's interesting how people harken back to those kinds of games. Like mostly those are the fun ones. Like if we limit it to
Yeah.
say 2010 and beyond, how many games are we gonna list that we're gonna like by comparison?
Not a lot.
What's the number there? You know?
I don't even think I play anything from 2010 and beyond anymore.
Now, if I play a game, it's gotta be something that's like realistic.
I can do this, Spiro.
Okay.
Spiro, I can do this.
All right.
Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring.
Yeah. Okay.
Sekiro was hard as fuck.
Yeah.
Lords
I
of
mean,
Fallen.
you could. Yeah. I mean, it's funny how a lot of those games are like the same people who made the previous game, you know, and they were actually stuck to the principles and carried it on. When we look back at like some of the Sega games and Super Nintendo games and whatnot, it's like anybody who's anybody made those games essentially, and Nintendo just hired a team to essentially and put them together. So it's a different time now. You just don't get the same thing.
Yeah, like the actual story behind like the development of the Metroid games, especially the original 3, is fascinating.
Yeah, I've seen some. I've read some interviews because I've been doing some prep work for upcoming streams on interviews of people who've worked on like Zelda, Nintendo, Metroid, etc. for Nintendo, Super Nintendo. It's very interesting the kinds of like the way that they thought about the games back then. Like the music, for example, I brought up. Like the way you had to think about music. It's like it's lost. It's a lost art today. You don't get it. And today you can have access to all of these instruments and you could do a full-blown orchestral anything you want. And it just something about that tune, that Goron tune from the N64. It's hard to find tunes today that hit that same kind of thing, right?
It's just like the Mario did it.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
nobody like this isn't something you can like redo again. Like they did it right and they got it. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
It's right.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
right. And
Okay, so there's something to be said about like a limitation and how that helps breed creativity, right? And so in those original systems, the musicians were so very limited with what they could do. Like I think they had like 5 or 6 tracks that they could use on Nintendo Entertainment System. That might have doubled when they went to Super Nintendo, but now you can literally just lay down, 150 tracks all at once if you want.
Actually, there are some indie devs I've seen EOD that they'll make new like shit you can get on Steam, but the games are able to run. Like they will sell a cartridge version of the game.
That's cool. Yeah.
The hardware, like the SNES or the Genesis, can actually run. Like the hardware can run the game.
That's cool.
That's really
that's
cool.
very cool. That's a loss. That's what I'm going to do with my game that I'm building on my streams when it's done. Not exactly the same. I'm going to 3D print for anybody who wants an actual like USB thing with a logo and everything. Because I think there are not everybody wants it obviously. Not everybody wants to fill up physical space with stuff, but
Yeah.
it's missing. Like we went too far in the you don't own anything anymore. It's like
Yeah.
we can just pull everything from you.
I
And I
know.
like to hold something sometimes, right?
Man, I'm running into that right now with my system. Thankfully, Barry's going to help me out with this at some point in the near future. But my system being Windows 7, I can't communicate with Steam anymore. So of the games that I own that I don't presently have installed, I can't download them. It won't fucking communicate with my client. Yeah. That shit pisses me off.
Ooh, Abby coming in with a $10 super chat. With just a salute to you, Abby, and thank you very much.
What's up, Abby?
For the goal as well.
Yeah, you
That's
met the
what's
goal,
up.
man.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go.
I've never been big on. I just cannot get into the mouse and keyboard. Just could never
Yeah.
do it. And I know that now you can like hook your
Yeah.
PS5 controller to
I
the game.
I run off of this most of the time for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but not every game is like set up in a way that like it is how it would be on the PlayStation. So like for instance, I went to go play Marvel's Rivals. I just went to go try that out on the Steam. And like so I found a downloadable controller setting someone had that, and it was like the like closest one I could find that was like the same controls, and even that was different. Like everything is like you have to push different fucking buttons for different moves and shit. I'm like, this just fucks the whole game up for me.
Yeah.
That's the what is that?
That's Thundercats, Lion-O.
Thundercats. There we go.
yeah.
That's what I was trying to remember. What it was.
Thundercats.
Thundercats, Thundercats, Thundercats. Oh.
Chaos and Chill panel has now
a
just
happy
become
one.
like the greatest nerd convention.
That's right.
And
Hell yeah.
I want to bring up, because we were talking about the music earlier, about like, not having what we have now. But can we not acknowledge about when they did the Final Fantasy VII remake and hearing the same music all with the modern instrumentation, just
They did that one right.
fucking orgasmic it was to your ears.
They did that soundtrack right for sure.
It
right.
was proper.
Yeah. So that's that, like to that point, right? It shows that it can be done, but it's not being done. Right? That's the thing. It's a lost art. And if you pay attention to what you're doing, you can still do that. There are indie games, just to add to that point, that exist today. You could make a case for what's the name? Core Keeper. It's a 2D game. It's very modern, and it's essentially kind of like a Minecraft but top down 2D, but it's not even really Minecraft. I wouldn't even put it in the same realm. It's its
What's
own
it called?
thing. Core Keeper.
I feel like I saw this on like PlayStation Store. Is it on PlayStation?
don't know.
Yes, it's on PlayStation. Yeah.
Okay, I
And
think I saw this on PlayStation Store.
it's easily one of the best games I've played in the last 5 years. Probably top 3, maybe even top 2. But it like not a AAA studio game, right? So like exactly to this point, you can make good music and use all the current stuff. You can make cool games, use all the current technology. You don't even have to use it to its limits. And you can make great stuff, and we don't anymore, overwhelmingly. And I think what you're gonna see next year, in particular next year, is you're gonna see indie games, non-AAA games, take the forefront, and they're gonna show AAA what they've been missing out on for the last 5 to 10 years. And AAA is gonna basically like just shit itself and go, crap, we got to get our act together. And I hope they do because it's good for competition and good for people who want to play games.
Well, to that point, that's one of the reasons why I switched.
Why do you think Sony wanted to acquire themselves a piece of From Software?
Yeah.
I found the right one. It was Castlevania Curse of Darkness.
Right.
Was it one of the DS titles?
No, it's a PlayStation 2 title.
Okay.
Ah.
Good. That one must have slipped by me for some reason.
There was a shit ton of games on PlayStation 2, man. There was a shit ton. That's like the largest library in history.
Don't they have like 12 games or something like
Yeah.
that? Like, they have a lot, don't they?
Try like, it feels like they got 12 dozen.
Holy fuck.
I mean, they had, the old titles back on, I think it was Super Nintendo or Sega.
Yeah.
And they had them on PlayStation 1, they had 2 or 3 titles. PlayStation 2, they had 2 titles.
Yeah.
After that, I lost track.
In some cases, you had Castlevania 64, the game so bad they made it twice.
Well, what was it? The original was still an NES game, though.
It's like a, like the saying, like a cult following.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Castlevania, like the people who want that game, they want more of them. And then like there's like people who don't
Unless
like
they're
that
gonna make
game
it
where
like
they
Netflix
completely
did, then I
shit
don't
on
want
it. Like I've seen only these two sides. There's nobody that goes like, it's an alright game. There's usually people that are like, that game fucking sucks, or that game's fucking awesome. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like
I don't know. I feel like there was a big departure somewhere along the line in the iterations of Castlevania where it went from being like a traditional like Western kind of story about a Dracula, and then it turned into like an anime. I didn't like that.
Alucard.
Right.
Because of Symphony of the Night and Alucard.
Yeah.
Entirely why EOD.
I mean, Alucard was based off of there's a really old anime that I actually did see.
Yeah.
It had the original Alucard character name in it, and that was back in the 80s. I want to say 80.
Oh, there was the term
and that was before
originally
Castlevania
came from some movie called like Blood of Dracula or like Curse of Dracula. Where there was a coffin that there was like a carriage that had the name Alucard on it.
Well, it's just Dracula backward, right? So.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just yeah. That could be another debate. Console wars. Which one is the best console, or console versus PC?
Metal Gear, that has a lot of different games for you to choose from.
Metal Gear, yeah.
PC
You know,
will
it's
always.
funny
That game was so ahead of its time, bro. That game was.
It was in a lot of ways.
It's funny.
The knocking on the wall to bring people closer to you and shit like they literally, they were just.
You know, I once joked for Halloween. I said I'm gonna go to a convention just wearing a box and say I'm Solid Snake.
The box.
That's good. That's good.
It's funny
I
you
like
mentioned
it.
Metal Gear because actually Millie just bought me the Metal Gear 3 Delta remake on Steam.
Nice.
Isn't that the one where they added like Monkey Ball to it?
Yeah.
That's fucking weird. Sega is so silly about that shit sometimes.
I'm really hoping the way that you can cheese the boss fight with the end is still in there and they didn't get rid of it. Because there's a little, so spoiler alert for people who have never played Snake Eater. There is a way in the original version of the game on PS2 that if you have a rocket launcher at this cutscene where the end is in a wheelchair, if you shoot him with the rocket launcher, he'll blow up. And then in his boss arena, it'll just be a bunch of soldiers you have to kill to advance.
Nice.
I remember this. I think I remember this. Yeah.
Nice.
If it is if it is still in this, I am gonna be so fucking happy.
Okay, so I'm not sure what she meant, but she's kind of like half awake and half asleep right now. The wife wanted me to ask EOD, Do you know the game where the deer goes and hunts the people that killed his doe?
Deer Hunter. It's called Deer Hunter.
I think so.
Deer and you're hunting men. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, that game
Sweetheart,
was sick.
Easy said it's called Deer Hunter.
Really?
Yo, that game was sick, bro.
That's a goofy game.
You're a deer. You're a deer and you're hunting hunters. It's so good.
Renting that at
so good.
Blockbuster.
I gotta play this. Damn.
So good.
I'm gonna have to check that out too.
I'm
That
pretty
sounds
sure.
like
Let me
some-
make sure it's called.
There's got to
Deer
be
Hunter.
some good redneck lore in there too.
Oh, I'm sure. I want the one where you're getting drunk and riding skateboards down the street.
Tony
Man, I
Hawk
miss
Pro
the
Skater
original
2?
Burnout game.
No, it's
Yeah, Burnout.
it's some kind of fucking spoof game.
Yeah,
Burnout was
burn out
really good.
whenever you're losing the race, just turn around and just ram head onto your buddy.
Yeah, pretty much.
It was everything you wish you could do in a racing game, in like a
Yeah.
legit racing game,
Yep.
just pure chaos and awesome. Oh my god, man!
I
Yeah,
remember-
I gotta bring this.
Deer
back for Zelda.
Avenger. That's what it's called.
Dear Avenger. Okay, I was.
Dear
what-
Wasn't sure
Avenger.
is what Easy said
Okay.
it is, darling.
This
Thought of
one.
more point
Here,
about- one more
tell her to
point.
look at the screen. I'll bring it up. This is the one. It was so good, dude. You're hunting the hunters.
Ah,
You can
okay.
I remember that. I do remember that.
This shit was hilarious, dude. And you had like the different heads that you were collecting. So
Oh
good,
shit.
Yeah, I remember this game so well. So you had to find the different spot you wanted to go to, and then find the clues. Like they did a lot for this game. Actually, it was pretty good.
Well, all it is, it's a spoof of like Cabela's Deer Hunter. That's all it is.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But you're the deer instead. Yeah, that was a really good game.
That's funny.
Right when you said that, I knew
You look at
exactly
that
what.
and you would think that has to be a mod or something. That can't just be.
It's probably a mod of Cabela's, man.
Own game. That's the best
Yeah.
part.
I
This
mean,
is
I,
own
I,
game.
I would probably pay $5 for a game like that.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was-
that was actually a PC game too. That was a PC game.
Okay, that you can get for free because it came out in '98 and it's no longer distributed. If you go to myabandonedware.com, you can get it for free.
Oh, okay.
Based.
Yep.
Based. Apparently, there's
I
another
think-
game that's like it, has the same idea, and it looks more like 3D, called Whophobia.
Nice.
And you're like, it's actual like 3D, and like, it's a little wild. But I don't know
That's a
if
good
this
concept
one.
for a game.
Oh yeah, this one you're the deer. You're the deer, and you're running around fucking people up. I think this one's online too, so like other people are playing. You can go into the grocery store and
Oh shit.
Right.
fuck people up.
Right.
So you can be a human or a deer? That's hilarious.
Phobia, it's called.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
see these
see.
times. See, I'll see games like this, and I'm like, fuck, I want to play on the computer more, but I can't get over the mouse and keyboard thing. I just won't play on
I'm
it.
a
I just-
controller guy, dude. I'm sorry. I started
Yeah.
on mouse and keyboard, which is pretty sad because now when I go to pick it back up again, I just can't. The controller just feels better for me. It just does.
If the game's something simple like you guys remember box head, we were like that box head guy, and you're just killing the zombies. You're using just the arrows and your space to shoot. Like I
Mhm.
could do that, you know.
Right.
But where I
Yeah.
have to use the fucking mouse and all these different buttons, using my pinky, my thumb, my this, my I'm like, nah, I can't do all this. No, it's way too much. Holding my hands like this and pushing buttons is one
Yeah.
thing. Being like this and being like and moving my hand.
I don't know. It takes some getting used to, but you can be a lot more precise with this than you can with a joystick on a controller. That's what really appeals to people, is being able to use the mouse to look around. But
Yeah, but
Yeah.
see,
having to
we have
play mouse and
controllers that have
keyboard
roller
for
balls
certain
instead of
things,
joysticks
like
that do
you-
the same thing as that mouse.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm used to having to play mouse and keyboard for certain things. Like you have to do it for an MMO, you have to use them for an RTS. And
Right.
then it's like I just randomly like one day that Millie and I were playing, I just put the controller down and I started playing Marvel Rivals with the mouse and keyboard. It wasn't that bad.
there we go.
You can get used to it.
And
Yeah,
after
you
a
can.
couple rounds, I'm like, I don't know what I was ever so like fucking afraid of trying like more PS games with mouse and keyboard. It wasn't bad at all.
Here you go. Look, this is what I was talking about.
I just never gotten used to it again.
This is you're in a shopping cart, getting drunk, riding it down the street. This shit is hilarious. It's part of what I was gonna say. Speakeasies. Part of what attracted me to PCs was the huge selection of shit, and then like you get like cool little indie gems like this on the side too that don't get released on other systems. So that's one reason why I like it. But then there's all the Steam sales and everything else too. But
I'm more and more. I have to be muted once and talk. I'm more and more. This is what I'm saying too. Is like I more and more want to like play the games on PC because they have such more selection, and then they have like the modded version of games.
right, modding is huge.
So I'm like, yo, this is like for instance, I like the game DayZ, right?
That's a good one.
PC version of DayZ. There's so much more shit you can do, and I'm like, man, like I wish I just. But like something about it just throws me off, and like especially when I use this mouse. Like I have another mouse that you just like move around, but like I have this mouse right now that I'm using.
Oh, it's a thumb ball. Yeah.
I definitely.
That's not good. Yeah, that's not good.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm one of those that got the
Holy
MMO
shit!
mouse.
Got buttons all galore there.
Holy crap!
Run the whole number key row on my keyboard with my thumb.
Nice.
I could totally use one of those to play Valheim with. Oh my god.
Or WoW, yeah, or EverQuest.
Yeah, but I don't take the time with my games that are on the PC to like program each button one by one the way I want it. I'm just gonna have to do that.
What you could do, Speak, is you could do like a light intro, pick a game that isn't too serious. Like if you pick one of the simulator games, like Truck Simulator or Shopping Mall Simulator, or there's a
They
comic
got
book
Minesweeper.
yeah, something simple, right? And something that you wouldn't
crazy.
You wouldn't feel too bad playing for a few hours, get used to the keyboard and whatever mouse, and then just kind of work your way up through that. And then the world
might work.
All right, so this is gonna sound crazy, but I think it's might work better because this is what I did.
RTS.
Play a lot of old school Doom, just using the mouse.
Oh sure, yeah.
Because the only other thing you won't have to do till you start playing anything else is you're only going to be moving left and right. You won't have to be looking up. You won't have to be like
that's true.
360.
Because you can't look up.
The only thing you won't be doing, so it's a lot more comfortable. It's a lot.
Get used to just the keyboard part first.
Right.
Yeah, get used to commands. Get used to like basic movement that way.
Tab to hold your map.
I got a question for you, Wally.
That's not a bad idea.
Do you like Doom, Quake, or Hexen?
Oh, good question.
Duke Nukem.
Duke Nukem's a good one.
I have to give it to Doom because that is the PC shooter
Oh man.
franchise I've spent the most time with overall.
Quake was such an advancement technologically, though, man. I loved Quake. I was a huge Doom fan, but Quake fucking sold my soul, man.
If you really want to nerd out on Quake, go read some of the source code. It's out there. They did some stuff that's like even to this day, people are still making videos about how they did some stuff in Quake.
Yeah.
Like the guys behind it, like Carmack, for example.
Carmack's a fucking genius. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this. Ocarina of Time in Unreal Engine 5.
I've been seeing some of that. Yeah.
There's I think this is from Kryzen G or something like that. Yeah.
That looks insane.
He's been working on this for years.
Look, they were so annoyed with the look, they took it out. Yeah, that's crazy how it looks like.
That's good.
Everything cleaned up, the graphics.
Yeah, that's dangerous. So Nintendo's very litigious. They'll probably come down on them at some point.
I'm surprised they haven't.
For like the 30 seconds of Zelda music in this stream already, EOD, Nintendo's already gonna repossess this stream.
Oh shit.
It was
That's
that-
one of
all
the
that
things
humming.
that 3D has an advantage over 2D because you can take it and the mod can be like, let's make it look super awesome in 3D.
Mhm.
2D, you have a limitation on that. You kind of have to lean more on like mechanics and story and stuff. You could
That's true.
spruce up 2D a bit, but you couldn't do that with 2D,
No.
right?
Okay.
One of my favorite mods I've actually done is that somebody made a mod for Dark Souls 3 called the Convergence.
Hmm.
And it basically tried to restructure the game world and restructure the story to fit with what the alpha build was of the game before they changed all of it to the release version to make the deadline.
Interesting.
Yeah, okay.
Like originally,
I'll have to check that out. That's the one Dark Souls I have.
like in the cut content of Dark Souls 3, Pontiff Sullivan was the final boss.
Mm.
Which makes perfect sense if you realize that in the current version, in the release version, he's supposed to be like a mastermind of everything happening in the game, but yet you kill him before you kill some of his minions who are apparently just still broing around in the world ready for you.
Nice.
Sorry, yeah.
See, it's so illogical, it's making her ill.
Well, it's getting a little bit late for me, fellas. I think I'm gonna have to head out. But thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm gonna have to go too.
Thank you so much for hosting Speakeasy.
All right,
Thanks for the debate,
before
Spiro.
you
Good
both
times.
go, tell everybody where they find you.
All right. Well, I'm EOD696 on YouTube. We hang out sometimes. I'm out on Kick. I'm out on Rumble as well. Just look for me, EOD696. I'm out there on Twitter. What was I gonna say? So we hang out. We do some commentary. Sometimes we do some politics. Sometimes we do some debates like this. Sometimes, and then on the weekends I try to do some D&D with some of my guys. We have a good time doing that. So that's me. So EOD696 on YouTube. Hell yeah.
That's what's up. Thank you for coming.
Oh yeah, man.
I want
Thanks.
to make sure you guys go sub
Thanks,
up.
COD.
Thanks, Spiro. And I thank you, Race Car and Farrier and Wally for coming out. It's good talking to you guys.
Every
It's
time,
always
fun hanging out.
Bye. Have a good night.
Bye, Marion.
All right.
You're the king of beer runs, EOD.
That's me for sure, man.
This guy is the other reason, aside from all the open bars at Debate Con weekend, that I never ran out of beer.
Oh,
My
we
God.
found him a special chili made by Paps that we didn't even know existed. I sent that to him like, buddy, you got to see this.
Fucking PBR chili, man. You can't do no better than that.
That's what's up.
Hell, that's what I'm drinking right now.
It was
So.
funny. Every time I turned around, I'm like, dude, where do EOD go? And he's like,
Beer.
"Oh, man, got some beer."
Well, at Grid's event, there wasn't any. So, and people just kept throwing money at me. So it's not like I paid for all of it, but we went and got it.
Funny
So.
at you.
I don't know how,
Point is,
and I don't know
the point
why.
is, I drank a lot of it and paid for none of it.
It worked out.
Oh,
That's it. All right. Y'all have a good one.
you
Have
as
a good
well.
night, EOD.
Aw,
Oh, that was fun, man. Fucking that debate was a good time. And what is it? The Debate Con was a great time too. I'm gonna remember that for the rest of my life, man. Like for sure. Let me see here. For some reason, my camera is not being very cooperative right now. It's still not. What is wrong with you, camera? Why you do this to me? Why now? I'll punch you right in the mouth. Okay, hold on. Do this and then that and then that. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, we fixed it. Anyway, thank you all for joining in for the debate. Again, thanks to Spiro for coming out, man. That was awesome. We were worried that we weren't going to be able to get Spiro, but we did in the end, so that was good times. For Speakeasy for hosting, that's great times. And thank you to the audience and to Speakeasy's audience for voting me the victor. Undefeated. That's right. At least so far. We'll see what happens when I get into like more serious debates. Where maybe I'm at more of a disadvantage. I think I need to take some of those now. Just to be fair to everybody. But hell yeah, it was good hanging out with you guys. Thanks for chilling. what am I gonna do? I'm gonna send you guys over to Speakeazy's. I reckon they're continuing the conversation over there. So if you want to continue over there, then definitely do that. Let's see what's up for me this week. Tomorrow I have like I was saying, an interview at 8:30 in the morning, so I need to get to bed for that. Excuse me. But later on in the week, I don't think there's anything particularly well planned, so we're probably gonna be hanging out in Rob Norris chat and doing all that. Come Saturday, we'll be doing D&D. In the interim, in between, I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. There's been a lot of shit going on with the news cycle that I haven't been covering because it was Thanksgiving last weekend. And there is some crazy stuff going on with Word War debate and the stuff coming up with Andrew Wilson and the Crucible crew and all that. Andrew just had a debate tonight against some crazy dude who's like a radio host. He ended up making him rage quit. That sounds hilarious. Maybe we'll take a look at that. So there's all kinds of stuff we can do. And I don't know. We'll be here and we'll do it. It'll be great. But Spaceman says, debate what you know and enjoy. That's what I've been doing. But I feel like I'm putting everybody at a disadvantage because Abe was on the back foot because he was taking in a position that he didn't want on the surveillance thing, and then Spiro was on the back foot because I had already usurped LTTP from him. He could have picked a better one than Tears of the Kingdom, though. I mean, for crying out loud, that was his problem. But oh wait, is Spiro gonna raid? Oh shit. Well, then I'm like obligated to hang out. I can't, dude. Tell him not to raid. Tell him to raid Speakeazy. I gotta go to bed. I really do. I love you guys. I would, but I can't. I gotta go to bed. Because I seriously, I've got to be up at like 6 in the fucking morning. So I'm going to bed in like 20 minutes. Well, anyway, I fucking love you guys, man. Thank you for chilling. Thank you for hanging out. Go hang out with Speakeazy. Continue the discussion with Speakeazy. It'll be great. It's good to see you, Emmett. He says, good job, nice win. Hell yeah. All right, thanks, Emmett, man. You're good peoples. I'll see you around. We'll do karaoke again sometime. As long as I don't have to sing gay stuff. All right. Cheers, y'all. Go raid Speakeazy.